The universe needs a knower to exist, but knowers didn't come around until much later in the universe. So he has a first cause fallacy, a self caused fallacy, all kinds of problems in his worldview. His philosophy is bankrupt.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be back.
Space wizards like to use those spells, don't they? Literally tell you within that first statement, that you need this for this to happen. And then in that second statement, it's like they've completely disregarded it. Just move on. My goodness, these space wizards. You must have a knower before you have the stars. Then you got the stars, and then the knowers come afterwards.
What'd I miss?
No.
Nothing, mate. Absolutely nothing. Just my restatement of what you said about what Brian Cox said, and that was it.
I had a call. I'm back.
Good stuff.
Yeah, they got a problem in their worldview over there, and that's that all their ideas come to a fundamental unit of reality and causation on a base level is sentient agency. Yet they want to live in a universe where sentient agents didn't come to be until later.
Wait, who's this?
The mainstream, like Brian Cox and losers like that.
Oh, okay.
Just to give you a little bit of context, Kim, we were talking about. Actually, do you want to explain the point better? It is your point, mate.
So here's the point in a grand overarching sense is that the classical interpretation of reality from a physical standpoint is that the world is concrete and that there's physical objects in it and that there's physical processes and all of these things. And if you take a materialistic view, then that's all that exists, which we know to be false because you just reflect on your own mind and then sentient agents exist. So you have to account for both. You have to account for what appears to be the physical world and sentient agents in your worldview. If you don't account for both, you're retarded. It's that simple. Or lying to yourself. Because you could be very intelligent. So we know that a materialist who believes in nothing but matter doesn't believe in a sentient causation for the universe. They believe that like something exploded into nothing through forces, whatever those the heck they are, because they can't define them. And then later on, after all the gobbledygook that exploded reformed itself, eventually it turned into this, and then it turned into that, and then eventually it turned into brains, which eventually gave rise to sentience, right? So that's how they come about sentience. The problem is they have what they call the hard problem of consciousness, which is none of their mechanisms can explain a cause for sentient consciousness. They just can't. It just is. There's no rise or cause or precedent effect. So when you go down the materialistic route, you keep looking for the smallest and smallest cause of the bigger thing. So this thing causes that thing, causes that thing. You keep getting down smaller, 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 smaller. And what they found is that when you get down to the smallest, 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 there's nothing there except agency. Consciousness in its base form is the fundamental unit of reality, not matter or not particles or not forces. Now, they must come to this conclusion based on all of their presuppositions, all their frameworks, all of their science, everything. Heliocentrism, all of it comes to this conclusion, regardless. Which, by the way, anybody who's a normal person already knew this to be true. They didn't need all this grand adventure, right? It's obvious that sentience is the fundamental base of reality. It's like just obvious on its face. The only reason you wouldn't think that is if you had some kind of weird predisposition that was forced into you through some kind of secular materialism, right? So ultimately, you've got experiments that demonstrate that consciousness or knowledge or knowing, which is something that only a sentient observer or a sentient agent can do, like in the quantum eraser experiment, having knowledge of the which path information causes the pattern to change, causes the quote-unquote wave function collapse. So some people proffer the idea that that's proof that sentient agency causes the materialization of an effect. That there's no direct causation, like there's no mechanism. It's not like you're turning your hand, right, to turn a wrench and that turns the bolt. No, it's just knowing. Just knowing in itself causes something to happen. Now, these ideas were extrapolated by such well-renowned minds, such as Mr. Berkeley, who was responsible for Berkeley University. Basically, the idea was that nothing in reality is concrete unless it's necessary for the experience of a sentient observer. Before that, it's just like distributed probability or potential. And because he would argue that, well, humans are subjects within the system, so they don't have the power to be the grounding for this process of knowing, and therefore knowing being reality on a base level. So he proffered the idea that, yes, the world is like that, but it's God that's doing it. It's not humans that are doing it. Humans do it on a lesser extent, but the ultimate concrete anchor of reality is a mind, right? It must be a mind. It must be a sentient agent. And it can't be us, so it must be a greater mind. And he posited the idea of the overmind, which is essentially the mind of God, or the mind in which the universe exists. So you can see that there's dramatic philosophical implications for the way you take these interpretations.
It is fascinating. Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah, that is spot on.
Yep. Now, how this matters to the flat Earth paradigm in relationship to the mainstream. So the mainstream is coming to these conclusions over the past decade, inevitable conclusions that they can't escape anymore. Because the more they search for these smaller and smaller things, the more this data just is glaring them in the face that materialism is false, that it's certain, which we already know, that sentient agency exists, but now even more so that sentient agency is the cause of reality, or the base level of reality. So they can't escape that. But here's the kicker. There's two senses in which this could be true. One is in which, from our point of view, we're the subjects. So that's called subjective idealism. And there's another one called objective idealism, which is what Berkeley, who I just described to you, believes and has a lot of philosophy about. And if you ever want to learn about that, you just look up Berkeley and idealism. Idealism meaning, instead of materialism, which is all is matter, idealism is that all is mind. Right? So you have that idea there.
Yeah.
So basically what the mainstream will do is they'll say, yes, all is mind, but not in the objective sense. So the reality in which we live is connected to us and we're connected to it. So in other words, all minds are users within the system. There is no greater mind outside the system that is the source of the system. The system is kind of self-sustaining, kind of like Brian Cox said, where it's its own cause. The system caused itself and knows itself, even though it didn't in the past, but now it knows it in the future, and then went back in time to do it itself. Because what does this all sound like? It all sounds like they're deathly scared of the implication of an external agent creator.
Exactly. And
So you have one view. Go ahead.
Scientific method. No, you're right. I'm going to let you keep going. They were just doing away with the scientific method.
Yeah. Well, they're okay with the idea of a creator as long as the creator is an agent within the system, just like us. So it's just a more powerful one like us, because they think that they can eventually transcend to that level or attain that level through transhumanism. So they're okay with the idea that the realm we live in is created by a sentient mind, as long as it's not an external agent. It must be included within the system. That way it doesn't have transcendental powers. It doesn't have transcendental authority. Now, if you go back and you watch the Nathan show today, you'll see that we critiqued Mr. Cox's explanation of the universe, where he essentially deified the universe itself. He essentially said the universe itself is experiencing itself, and it's created everything. So in a philosophical sense, that would essentially make the universe itself God. And since we're agents within the universe, that would make us gods or God in a monistic sense. Which, by the way, the people who are studying all of this stuff and coming to these conclusions based on their quote-unquote alleged science they've done, they have proffered that idea as well, that the universe is idealistic in a monistic, subjective sense. So the universe is idealistic, subjective, and monistic. That means that the creator is us. We're the creator while simultaneously being the creation. So we only have to answer to ourselves.
I was going to say it sounds a little bit new agey.
Oh, it very
That's
much
exactly
is.
the point. They want to be subjected to their own judgment. That's exactly it.
We are God. That's what it sounds like. We are one. We are God. We created it.
Yes.
We are gods, right? My goodness me.
Well, they're inverting the truth again. It's
Well, of
always inversion.
Either inversion or, like you pointed out earlier, just blatantly running away from it because they don't like it, so they have to come up with some other idea. When obviously the agency has to be, like AI was pointing out, outside.
Right. Now, most people at this point will say, oh, well, man, we're flat earthers. We'd never fall for that nonsense. Well, I'd submit to you that many, many flat earthers already believe this stuff. And they're proffering these ideas and promulgating the very bedrocks that will be used to infiltrate these ideas. In fact, as I'm speaking right now, they've already agreed with what I previously said, that, oh, yeah, that sounds right. And right now they're upset that I'm paired to be critiquing it. For example, I'm not going to name any names, because I don't know exactly what each person believes, but some people who believe in ether as a paradigm proffer the idea that the ether is a matrix of reality in which God exists within. So God is no longer an external agent. He's just a power user of the ether background. So God exists within a background of ether, which is part of the universe, making God part of the creation, bringing him down a notch ontologically. Now, whether you believe in God or not is irrelevant. This is just a philosophical, logical problem, if you want to put it that way.
Still got the ether in the first place. So yeah, like you said, you said it best, they put God one level down. So there was already something there. Yeah. There's your problem. Crazy. But really interesting, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, that quantum eraser double slit is very confusing, especially when you start talking about Schrodinger's cat or
All
the
right.
two guys.
Hold on a second. Who's blaring the music? All right. Sweet. All right. Continue.
The two guys who discover the island, but they die, and then the island is it there or is it not there? You know, I don't know.
It's just a bunch of malarkey, is what it is.
No, it's not. That's the point. The point to having this. The point to what AI was saying is overall there needs to be intelligence before there's physical objects. Just paraphrasing, but getting there as quick as I can. So
That's right.
Everything else that they're saying is a load of malarkey when they disregard that the highest point, the first point, is the intelligence.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, with intelligent design, there has to be an intelligent creator outside of it.
Yeah, there has to be a knower for matter to exist.
Yep.
When you hear the example, like you hear the story of the two guys who discover the island, right? And they're the first ones to see it, and then they go away and die, but don't tell anyone about it. So the island, like, it doesn't exist. It's strange.
Can only be virtual.
You're breaking.
You're a robot, mate.
Yeah, you're roboting.
And somebody else's music, which isn't helping AI come through at all. So whoever's got the music, mute your microphone.
Julius, you're also hot micing with your music, buddy.
He may not be aware.
And moderate, take care of that and move on for a bit. No, it's still a robot for me, mate.
Yeah, you're still roboting AI. I love it when AI gets on a roll and he just starts just going, just moving. That guy's pretty sharp, man.
He's a very, very smart man. He's been around on this server at least 4, maybe 5 years. And yeah, he's really smart. He's always worth listening to, mate. He speaks very concisely. He's got a very fair way of dealing with things as well. So yeah, a lot of respect for that, man.
Yeah, no doubt. I can second that motion. 100%.
I will
Oh,
concur as well.
God Rocket. I like the new pick.
I was just getting ready to say that. Look friendlier. How's it going out there, Jedi?
Hello, mate. Can you hear me? Yeah, it's going really well, thank you. How about yourself?
Oh, not too bad. Just had dinner. Just ready to chill. I was going to listen for a while. Figured I'd catch it live. Figured I quit giving YouTube pennies and actually come in here and listen.
Good stuff, buddy. AI is asking to be observed so he can materialise again. I don't even know what that means, mate, but yeah, if you want to try and speak so we can hear you, that would be cool.
I'm sorry, bud. It's just
No,
where I'm
you're
at here.
fine.
It's terrible.
Where's your
Right.
fucking MasterCard? Fuck.
Jim 66, that's cool.
All right, bud. You got a pretty good way of laying it out to them guys. Patient, you know.
Come on, dude.
You speaking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, buddy. You're cutting in a little bit. Sorry, you're cutting in a
I'm
little
sorry.
bit. No, you're fine. You're fine. I just want to make sure I've got everything you said before I presume you're talking about me, because I usually miss out people's names. But yeah, well, I appreciate that, mate. I haven't always been patient, and my patience can sometimes be very thin.
Yeah, it's hard to be patient. It's like you have to kind of a little bit.
Yeah, that is true. But
Some of them, you got to teach them the whole model. You have to teach them their whole model. It's crazy, you know.
that happens quite a lot.
Yeah.
Sometimes people come in with misconceptions of what they're actually trying to explain, and I guess, and a lot of people in the server would probably say the same things. We've heard very similar things lots of times before. It's not hard to see where people are going, and it's hard to see where people have those misconceptions. And
Right.
I guess, again, being in the server, you pick up a lot of things about, different arguments and different ideas that people have about, the earth and what it is in both. So it becomes easier with time, with more experience, I guess. When I first became a flat earther, my conversations with people, and this was out in the street, and people that I was working with, this was before Discord, conversations that, wow, I took a long way of explaining that one, whatever point I was trying to say, and I was coming at it from very different angles to the ones that I come these days. And that's only through sitting down and listening to people, and people like AI, for example, and other people on the server. Just listen to the way that they speak and the things that they bring up and how that goes.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just have a misconception about it. You know, the pizza in space, or the distant sun, or they create a straw man, sort of, whether they mean to or not. But I think I think a certain amount of them do know, but they want to come in here and cause problems. They want to cause issues instead of just trying to learn. They want to troll and make fun, and they think it's fun. But
Hey,
instead
can
of
you guys
just
hear me?
actually learning something.
Can you guys hear me?
We heard that. Is that you, Diesel Boy?
Yeah, that's me. I'm in my truck right now, so. But I think it's interesting how many people, like, for example, my brother, I'll talk to him about it, and he showed me this video of this, like, lady professor. I don't know what the hell her name was, but I think she's pretty popular. And he sat me down and he said, watch this. And I'm like, why the fuck am I going to watch this video of this girl strawmanning the flat earth position? It's like, you have to. Yeah, I feel like most people that come here, they don't know that they don't know their own model, obviously. That's why they ask so many questions. But I find it's really weird when people just come and attack it. I think that's the weirdest thing ever. Like when people are like nasty and rude about it when they come in here, I think it's weird. We witness it every day pretty much here.
Yeah. It's like they want to watch the 5-minute how to debunk flat earth video, and then they think they know it all,
Yeah.
That's as far as they go.
People would be better off. You'd be better off not going to YouTube and looking up flat earth. You'd be better off going to, like what I did when I first started looking up flat earth videos. I went to BitChute. BitChute's not going to pull up all the crap, the strawman videos about flat earth. That'll give you the Eric Dubay, all the Eric Dubay videos. So
right.
When people just need to use a different platform that's not controlled by Google to start their research, and if they understood it, because the censorship is just ridiculous with it. I haven't even. Do any of you guys actually watch the debunked videos? I'm sure a lot of them are not substance. They're pretty much just strawmanning the position, which is no good. I mean.
Pretty much every debunk of the flat earth video I've ever seen always starts with a straw man. You are right. It's quite funny.
So I have a question for you veterans. So what's the most common type of what's the most common contradiction a Glober will come in here with? Like, so for example, I know some Globers they'll say that you can't see Earth's curve because the Earth is too big. And then you ask them what the horizon is, and then they'll probably tell you that it's Earth curve, right? So there's a major contradiction right there. Is there any other obvious contradictions that you can get a Glober locked into? Not like on purpose, but it's just like with their beliefs, they're gonna contradict themselves eventually. And that's the best way to.
I think I've had two recently, and both of them to do with the spin of the Earth. So first of all, we're talking about not feeling any spin, not feeling any movement to the Earth, and that being, the argument. And then somebody coming in to help prove that the Earth is spinning by first telling us why we don't feel any spin. Now, that's a bit of a problem. And also the contradiction in the story about the Coriolis effect as well. But I won't go too much into that. But they do. Sometimes it's not so much of a contradiction as they end up proving our point for us with what they're saying, or have a misunderstanding and try to convolute two similar issues together. But the one with Horizon is definitely, the first one. They say it's physical obstructions, you can't see stuff behind it, or at a certain altitude you can't see it, and then demand that you believe in with that story about boats going over the horizon, but you can't see the curve of the Earth from down here.
Once you get them in a contradiction, that's to get them thinking, and if it doesn't, they got a problem.
They've always got a problem.
They got a terrible problem.
Contradictions everywhere.
With the globe model, you're bound to find a contradiction. All you got to do is just kind of let them do it themselves.
Yeah, they assume the very thing they are trying to prove. A lot of times, oftentimes they'll accuse you of the very thing that they're doing, whatever fallacy that they're doing. They'll accuse you of doing it. Um, yeah, and a lot of people. You got to remember, a lot of people are content to lie. Like a lot of, like a lot of people can make globe Earth arguments knowing that they're lying to you. So I don't know. It's just a case by case, but affirming assuming it's their own outcome, or assuming the thing that they're trying to prove is probably the most prevalent, as far as I can tell.
Now I can see younger people. I can see younger people being able to grasp this concept maybe a little easier than some older folks, and that's not really I wouldn't say that's a true statement, like a true blanket statement, but the people that are older, they've been dealing with the deception longer, so they're programmed longer, so it's going to be harder for them to break out of that mental prison. See, is the globe Earth mental prison? Is it mental prison for your mind?
It's a lot of things, but that's a good way of describing it. Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes it's a way to avoid the prison, like what AI was speaking about earlier. Um, a lot of times they'll use, because they don't want to face the reality. Like facing reality is actually harder than believing a lie. So if they don't want to face their creator, then it's easier to believe a lie and live for a lie.
Now, interestingly enough, I'm not a religious person. I was raised as a Catholic, but I didn't really go to church, right? But this subject here has made me think about God more than any time than I ever have before in my life, which is weird. It's like I've never put much thought into. I have thought about it, right? But it's like I never listening to in this channel has made me think about God a lot more, which is interesting. I didn't really have an interest in it until now, and now I see how it could be important. And then the thing too is what scares people too is you guys are just talking about it is when you suggest that we're the center of the universe. That honestly gets a weird reaction from some people. Like some people are weirded out by that.
Absolutely, brother. Man, I got a brother, right? He's a Muslim. He's a Sunni Muslim. I sent him a bunch of Muslim scholars and surah, pulled from different surahs, showing how Allah laid the earth out like a carpet. My brother lost his shit on me. You know what I mean? It was a bridge too far kind of thing. But it's philosophical. This whole thing's philosophical, right? The shape of the world is a philosophical question. It's not science. So I don't know. And wading through all the doublespeak and all of these things is the hardest challenge, I think. is defining terms and really knowing the definitions of the words that we use. I mean, it sounds so simple, but it's very difficult, and it just takes time.
Thinking of this analogy, everyone knows the when we're talking about motion and you're in the car, right? It's like when you're traveling in the car, it looks like, or it sort of seems like we could be still, right? And then the earth is moving past underneath us, right? But we know that's not the case. But what if we were to use that analogy, right? The car analogy, driving, right? What if we applied globe logic to it? What would the globe logic scenario say about the person moving in the car? The globe logic would say that the ground is moving underneath us, because that's exactly the opposite of what we witness when we stand on the earth and we look up and we see the sun moving, we see the moon moving, we see the stars moving around us. So I've been thinking of this analogy I could use to try and like help people understand. It's like
that very thing was actually used. I believe it was used by Einstein himself in relativity. He said that you couldn't tell the difference whether it was the ground moving or you as you covered the face of the earth. Like as you traveled along, according to relativity. Correct me if I'm wrong, Room, but I believe he used this as an example. He said that you wouldn't be able to tell mathematically that if the ground was turning under you and you were stationary, or if you were going over the surface.
Einstein.
Right. He said that there's no optical experiment you could do to prove that the Earth was actually in motion. I've seen that before, but it's like if you apply the globe logic to the car moving on Earth or whatever, globe logic says that we know that we're moving, but we're going to say that the Earth is moving, right? Like the complete opposite of what we actually observe. That's their logic. I have another random question about the North Star. If anyone wants to chime in for me, if I stand at the same spot on Earth and I throw a camera up to Polaris, does Polaris move up and down like angularly in the sky over time, or does Polaris stay at the same angle relative to your position on Earth?
Polaris moves, in short. It doesn't stay completely still. It appears to have movement to it. Very small compared to the other stars. So yeah, that it doesn't stay completely still. But you notice that I'm being very cautious when I say this. It hardly moves at all, mate. Right? It's like always pretty much exactly there. But when you take a closer inspection of it, yeah, it wiggles about a little bit.
I've heard too that I've always heard people say, Globers will say, can't see the North Star from the Southern Hemisphere. Is that actually true? Because I've heard contrary to that, to where there's places in the Southern Hemisphere where you can see the North Star. Not that proves the shape of the Earth or anything, but
this is where they get the equator from, basically. So let's say going south away from the North Star, where you were underneath it, so directly up in the night sky. The further you get away from it, there is a point where it gets to 90 degrees, descends upon the horizon. That's where they get the equator from. There's another way that they've tried to do it as well. That's more Aristophanes-ish, but that's where they get the equator from. Now, to to say that we see the pole star in the southern hemisphere, quote unquote, I haven't seen it. Some people do say that they have seen it, but this is usually from a high altitude, like at the top of a mountain or something. So in the first instance, they're usually sailing away, and in the second instance, they've gone up to a mountain and said they can see Polaris again. The difference being is they've changed that angle. So yeah, sometimes you can see it, but you're usually up the top of a mountain. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. If you did have
So
a
how do
fixed...
you navigate?
Sorry, go on.
So how do you? So the north, you can use a sextant to line it up with the North Star and stuff, right? But how do you, like, theoretically, how would you do the same thing in the southern hemisphere with the sextant? Or can you use the sextant while you're in the southern hemisphere?
Of course you can, because you're not always just and only using Polaris. You're using other known constellations that primarily, they circle more south than Polaris does. So you can pretty much see these other stars, and they will give you a relationship to where Polaris is. So say, for example, you can see the Big Dipper, or the Plough as it's known. This is one of the closely rotating constellations, and it points to, if you know how to do it, to Polaris, whether you can see Polaris or not. So if you can even just see a little bit of the Plough or the Big Dipper, then you can pretty much know where Polaris is. And then you'll use another star to maybe find that star that you can't quite see, have a relationship angle to that, that's where north is. So by understanding what stars are over your head at whatever time of year, then you can pretty much navigate, because they always have the same constant, pretty much type of pattern.
I see a lot of Globers bring up the stars and navigation to somehow prove the shape of the Earth, which it to me it doesn't prove it at all. But they're always bringing it up.
They want to stay very
It's interesting to talk about, nonetheless.
But they want to stay very far away from it. If they've got any sense at all, this isn't an argument that any globe earther should have with a flat earther. When you're talking about angle measurements and navigation to stars, they're dead in the water as soon as they start bringing up angle measurements, because you're going to need, straight lines for that shit. So, yeah, they can bring it up all they want, but they shouldn't do.
Well, I've thought a lot about that sextant thing, and once I figured that out and how you need, to me, this seems obvious, right? If you need to triangulate your position, that you need a triangle with 3 straight frickin' lines, and there's people out there that you can't get them to admit what a triangle is. You know what I mean?
Sometimes they'll tell you that they can measure a curved line if you draw another line, a tangent line. But we're not drawing other lines, right? The only time we ever draw another line is to verify accurately the angle that we have got to the horizon, so our calculation for our altitude can be set down to 0 ground level, so we've got a straight line. We can then forget about that tangent line because we need the straight line. So whichever way they do it, they're either lying, they know where this is going, or they just don't actually understand how to utilize this navigation tool. Don't understand why we do the maths within it. It's crazy. You do the maths within it, so you've got a triangle. So you know you've got a triangle because you need a fucking triangle. Because you're going to have a few 90 degrees in a few places, right? You're going to need straight lines for that. And then you've got to get your elevation angle up. And don't care if you draw other lines. You're not drawing other lines. But if you want to draw other lines, that's just to help you get down to ground position. Your altitude at 0. Like I said, if they like bringing up navigation, they shouldn't. If they had any sense at all, and they were an anti-flat earther, this isn't a conversation that should be brought up in live stream. they want to promote their ball and that they've got the right idea about things, because this navigation angles haven't got a hope in hell.
There's a few Globers that say the sextant literally proves that we have to live on a ball, and it's like, oh god. You think with the simple things, you'd be able to convince people, right? But the programming is strong.
Well,
Like water.
when they usually say that the Earth has to be a ball for us to use sextants, it's usually because they've taken a few more steps down their model after they've presupposed that the Earth is a ball, and their coordinate system and ground position of stars can be related to longitude and latitude that they've made to wrap around a ball. So that's usually where they get that argument from, but they've jumped over the initial premise. They've got their model from a flat Earth model. That's come second. So it used to be, and Nathan Oakley says this now, and he was correct, but ultimately every argument is a presupposition of the R value of the Earth, that the ball Earth exists in the fucking first place. Presuppose the Earth's a sphere. Or you have a flat Earth model and derivate a sphere Earth model from your flat Earth model based on the spherical celestial sky model. So that's one or the other. You either beg the question or give us the second part to a model that was developed from a flat Earth model. You want to talk about navigation? That came from a flat Earth model. Had to, right? We started thousands of years before we were sailing around using the stars for navigation. We'd already done that.
My phone.
And just know anytime that they say that they make predictions, they're actually post-dictions.
Yeah. That's true. So the conversation I had with somebody the other day, and I was wrong, so I was corrected, and I bring it up because I like it when I'm corrected sometimes. Other people can learn from it. So to predict that the sun is going to come up tomorrow is not a prediction, that's a post-diction. Correct, Tim?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. To say the sun's going to come up tomorrow is not a prediction, that's a post-diction.
Just because they've mathematically come up with these equations, they think that these mathematical equations predict things, and literally we live in reality, and these things have always happened, and they're going to keep happening.
To give a better example, they can predict with their globe Earth model when eclipses will happen. That's not a prediction, that's a post-diction. It comes from a flat Earth model first.
Yeah, like and more in depth, the Mayans had it had the predictions down to like even further in the future from where we are now. Oh yeah, please forgive me. I know it probably sounded a bit rough today. I'm making it though.
I've got nothing to be forgiven for, mate.
I just don't know if it's kind of hard to hear me sometimes. I'm sorry if it is.
You sound terrible, but that's fine.
I feel fine. It's just I had a cough for a little bit, and now this is the repercussions of it.
I hope you get back to your normal self soon, then.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you.
I second that, Jedi. There's nothing to forgive.
Yeah, right.
I
Absolutely.
guess I
nothing.
should have. I don't know. I tend to apologize for things I shouldn't.
Yes, a very female quality. Yeah, that's fine. No problem. So, Matt, do you want to have a round of East versus West?
No, thank you.
Not a problem at all, buddy. I was hoping that maybe I could explain it to you in a way that maybe you understood where we were coming from.
AI
It does.
has already explained it, Jedi.
Cool. Then I wasn't around for that conversation, mate. Then that's absolutely
Yeah,
fine.
yeah. There's no. Listen, okay. I don't want to talk about it, but okay.
If you don't want to, buddy, that's fine. I didn't
You
realise
know,
it was going to stoke up so much shit. So if you don't want to stoke up the shit, then
no, it's been no. Honestly, it's like it's fatiguing on I'm sure on both sides of the view. But the point is, no matter which view you take on the east and west rotation of the sky, right?
Mhm.
Whether like I cannot prove or disprove my view, and the point is, neither can you, and you can't prove or disprove the secondary view, and neither can I. But just because like we have a different view doesn't mean, you know what I'm saying? Like you can't prove or disprove either view. Is the only point.
Okay, I'll accept that for now.
Thank you, sir, because I really don't want to talk about it.
No, that's absolutely fine, buddy. I can tell you. You can't. That's fine. I will say
Well,
though,
it's not
I-
wrong what he's saying, right?
oh yeah, no, not at all. But just to give you a little bit of clarity to my end into this argument, I've been off this Discord server for about 2 years and only returned over the last 4 weeks. This conversation about East and West and blah 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 has only come up for me in the last 2 weeks, and Miggy and I are relatively close. We were very close before I left the server for the 2 years, and I didn't get what he was saying, and I was a little bit abrupt with him. Don't have to tell you the outcome of that, mate, but I was coming from a standpoint where you were. Yeah, and I was a little bit in Miggy's face about it. We didn't argue, you know, we're good mates, but I treated him very much like a baller. Words that he was saying didn't make sense to me, and I challenged him on it. And he was getting upset that I wasn't getting what he was putting down, and I was getting upset that he wasn't getting what I was putting down. So, yeah, for me, I don't know about anything else, but I've literally just come into this argument as well. This conversation about the way that flat earthers use their words when they're talking about the sky, so to speak. That's all, buddy.
Yes, sir. Don't get me wrong, bro. I got nothing against Miggy, man. He's got a view, and good on him. At least he has a view. Is the way I see it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's it. So good on him. Miggy's good for the room. He's good for the people here. Miggy's very. He has the gift of gab, and you know what? When he gets on a roll, dude, like he's awesome. Miggy's awesome. I like Miggy. He's awesome. But I can't. It's just like on this issue, on just this issue. Just because he has a view, well, he's got a view we can't prove or disprove, and it doesn't mean I have to agree with him. That's it.
I get you, buddy. I don't think we have to say anything else, mate. Otherwise, we're going to end up having a conversation about it, and we don't really want to. I get that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
No problem at all.
Matt, are you an Alabama fan?
Yes, my father went to the University of Alabama, and I've been an Alabama fan since I was a little boy.
You put Roll Tide in the chat, and I was like, Roll Tide, buddy.
Yes.
Yeah, around here it's funny because you're either an Auburn fan or an Alabama fan. You rarely find anybody else being a fan of anything else.
Right. My sister's an Auburn fan. My grandfather was an Auburn fan. But well, at least that's what my sister says. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
Hey, Jedi, since we got cut off earlier and it's quiet in here again, do you remember my question about how you stumbled into this?
No, I don't remember your question, mate. So yeah, we did have a little bit of bad communication with you getting cut off and whatnot. Do you want to repeat your question for me, mate?
Yeah, I was curious. I've heard you, I know you've been in this a while, and I like listening to you talk. I was just curious as to how you stumbled upon this anti-globe stance. What was it like? Like we were talking about like being blown away, or I was anyways, being blown away by the subject. I was just curious of other people's. How'd you stumble across it?
I did pretty much stumble across it. Very much, I'll use this term so we can move the conversation along. Conspiracy theorist, very much for a long time. I'm 46, so from my teenage years, I was always looking into alternative stories about stuff. Very much interested in, ancient mythology, very much interested in the Bible, very much interested in history, knew that they kind of lied, or had many kind of waking up kind of things to that line. 9/11 being one of them, for many of them, yeah? Into Masonic kind of symbolism, a huge background, as I assume many people have. I'd never really come across Flat Earth before, and it was in like September 2015. And I honestly thought there was nothing really else for me to look into. I was actually quite static and getting a bit bored. But it just come up on my recommendations. A video that was entitled, "They Are Hiding God with the Biggest Lie Ever Told." And I had nothing better to do. That was quite a catchy title. 15 minutes into the video, I realised that, it was the Flat Earth clues, and they'd kind of chopped it up a little bit. But within about 15 minutes, I'd realised that they were talking about the Earth being flat and NASA lying to us, and the programme continued. I was hooked from that moment onwards, mate. I couldn't absorb any more Flat Earth information fast enough on YouTube. I started finding all of these other people talking about this subject that it seemed to be, completely off of my radar. I may have seen, similar things once or twice, but never really piqued my interest. I live in the southeast of England. It's just a short drive down to the coast where we can see France. It's my first observation was remembering observations I had as a child, going down to Dover Castle or catching a ferry across to Calais. So I took myself down to, somewhere I thought I could make a long distance observation good enough for me to see if I could put this to the test. I went down to Dover and stayed there over a weekend, Saturday and a Sunday, and I made a few observations different times a day. Yeah, I saw France. And for me to prove that to myself in this kind of 3, 4, 5 months period of literally eat, sleep, flat earth, repeat, that was my story back in 2015. I was kind of boiling with information, wanting to talk about, this subject with friends. I was already known for talking about, crazy fringe type of subjects before then. So when I started talking about flat earth in the way that I was talking about it, like an excited little bunny caught between the headlights, it was a very crazy time. But ultimately, that first 6 months was just absorbing as much information as I could, because the subject was fascinating to me, more fascinating than anything else. And I got it straight away. It was yeah, of course, yeah. I didn't have a problem with them lying to us. Why wouldn't they lie about the shape of the Earth? Why wouldn't NASA be in on that? Why wouldn't these stories about aliens and moon landings and all of these fantasy kind of semi non-fiction fiction bullshit stories about space be bullshit stories about space? Why is that not possible? Of course it's possible. So yeah, from that moment onwards, mate, this is me like 8 years later. 7, 8 years later. I hope that helps a little bit anyway.
What about you, sir? How did you come across this information? Mr. Warrior Vandervoot.
Man, I've told it before, and I might tell it again, but I'm working out right now, so I'm just listening. I just hopped in to ask a question.
My man. See, personally, I like lifting weight. Well, I don't like lifting weights, actually. I like punching on bags, jumping rope, right, and calisthenics. I think that's the best types of workout, but you got to do what's best for you. Personally, man, I came across this information and I had to check out geocentricity to see if there was any validity to that. And once I did, I realized, wow, there was a lot there. And then I moved on to the shape, like what possible, like the shape of this place. What could it be? And it's all philosophical, but here we are. Here we are. What a journey. The nature of reality. What is it? Is there a relationship between the sky and the ground? I think there is. I'm at the place where I can say, I think there's a relationship between the sky and the ground, and we can navigate the ground based off of the angles to the sky. Here we are, man.
I still find every day, especially with understanding what a triangle is, that the way that they've managed to deceive us has been really, really clever. And you may or may not have heard me say this before, but I do kind of laugh at how well they've done this and how stupid we were. Because if we use angle measuring devices to navigate the world, then the Earth can't be curved, and to have gas stay in a place, you need to contain it. They've managed to, make us completely jump over these rules of nature and absolute common sense and logic and understanding of the world. Give us pictures from places that don't exist. Teach us stories in school based on damn mathematical conceptual model that make us completely forget from one lesson to the next the scientific method. Day 1, scientific method, cause and effect relationships, how to build a hypothesis. Day 2, look at the sky. Yeah. And these arguments, AI brought it up earlier when he was talking about Brian Cox. In one instance, Brian Cox is in his first statement telling you the truth. In this situation, you have to have the wisdom holder, the intelligent source, the mind, before the physical thing can take place. He then goes on to say that all of the physical things take place, and then the mind comes along in his story because he wants to disregard the first bit that he has said. Interesting to me how they do this. And they literally do it right in front of your face in no less than 10 fucking seconds. Tell the truth and take it away.
You're right. It's genius. Like, dude, how can a man come up with a better story? I don't understand how people came up with the globe model. Like, it is that sophisticated.
Yeah, well, I don't necessarily think that we really, when you think about it, at the core center of it, did or we're capable of. I think this is a huge deception on a very spiritual level. And to have that kind of wisdom and knowledge is not what man would have had back then at all. So,
I tend to agree. Yes.
without going too much into it. But what this place actually is in its entire mechanism, I haven't got a fucking clue. And I don't even think, I mean, Meme says this quite a bit as well. I don't think they even know. Sorry, I don't think they even know the truth of the matter. Right? When I say they, I mean everybody else apart from like the higher knowledge keepers, shall we say. So men here on Earth, they don't really know the entirety of the Earth and its full mechanics. Right? They even admit this anyway when they talk about earthquakes and volcanoes. Oh, I don't really know. So ultimately, I don't think that they really know really what the Earth is, where it is, why shit really happens, what the sun is, what the moon actually is. They haven't actually got any of these answers at all whatsoever. But they're willing to give us another story with loads and loads and loads and loads of answers. Loads of stories and lies, built on a few more stories and lies. They're clever, but they're not that clever. It needs to be something else. Is that from Matt? Thank you, mate. At least I didn't get cut off. I thought everybody had gone quiet.
No, it was just it was that good of a point. It required a breath. Yeah, there's a spiritual. Well, there's a spiritual. It seems to be, man. The spirit seems to be real. I mean, that's just one man's take, or two, because I'm agreeing with you.
I agree with you on that. And bag work and kettlebells, bro.
Kettlebells, that's good, man. That's really good. Jump rope, bro. Like, just jump rope a minute and a half. Like, start out, just do a minute. Jump rope is really good. Or skipping. I rather see. I hate running. I hate running. But skipping is really good for you. Don't snub your nose at skipping. What do I know? Yeah, I'm biased when it comes to pugilism. That's my politic. Does anybody else have a pugilistic politic? Because I think that's one politic we've overlooked. And we need to bring back dueling. If we could bring back dueling, we will solve the problems of the world.
I may sound rough right now, guys, but I can still yodel. That's good for you too.
Well, I would like to hear a rendition.
Well, I said the moon of Kentucky, keep on shining. Shine on the one that's gone and left me blue. Well, I said the moon of Kentucky, keep on shining. Shine on the one that's gone and left me blue. Yeah, that's the song
Don't
that I was singing a
don't
second
stop
ago.
now.
No, I probably should give my voice a rest. Well, I'm gonna eat some grub, guys. I might get on here in a little bit.
Take care, Ken. Speak to you soon.
Okay.
That's awesome, man. Kettlebells. You got to move air. That's the main thing. I think when you're working out, the main thing is just you got to move air. What do you guys think? What do I know?
I wish some of my under 11s football team moved air. Some of them are really static and you have to shout them to move anywhere. So maybe you're right. Maybe to retrieve anything, you've got to move air, especially in this dimension.
Chris,
Yeah.
the most important, like playing American football, right? The most important lesson that I've ever learned was a very simple one. It was play every play as if the score is 0-0, right? If you
Yeah.
if you always no matter what the score says, no matter how far you're up or how far you're down, if you play every play as if the score is 0-0, you will never let yourself down. And if you don't let yourself down, you'll never let your team down. Right? And fear, and the second most powerful um, lesson that I've learned in sport is about fear, right? Because fear, I think fear is a good thing, you know. And you hear it. I know you hear it on the sideline or whenever the teams are sizing each other up, right? Fear is a great thing, but it can also become your master if you don't acknowledge it, right? So, like, fear can the bad thing about fear is if you let it master you, then you'll have to live with that regret for the rest of your life. But if you take that fear and acknowledge it, and you play as if the score is 0-0 every play, then you'll have no regret. Like you won't have to live with a woulda or coulda or shoulda. If that makes any sense. From I don't know if that you know what I mean. Like if you take that yeah. I wish I could have told that to some teams that I was on. You know, I wish I could have verbalized that.
Try and tell that to my kids, like my football team, my children, but by extension, my football team is. I mean, they come to me and they say, "Oh, this player is really good," or even in training sessions, they want to be on certain player sides because that player is the good player. They have this fear, this within all children. Well, not all children, but it's there within children at this age. Fair to say. It's trying to overcome that fear. And like you said, yeah, you have to at least try. You at least got to get up and keep going. Not give up as soon as something goes wrong. If something goes wrong, you have to have the determination to, as quickly as you can, make up for it. Because then you can treat that situation as a new situation. And that's overcoming So when you overcome something, you've made a mistake, but you've made up for it. That's better than, that's probably a better lesson than anyone could ever teach you, how to overcome and to keep going. And that's how you overcome fear, by keep going.
That's right. Yes. And if you, dude, I don't know, man. It's so simple. It sounds like incorrect. But if you play as if every play, like if you play as if the score is 0-0 every play, then the winning and the losing will take care of itself, and you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I've said that to my team a few times.
My
What's the
man.
score? It's 0-0. I don't care what the score is. It's 0-0. I've said it in training sessions before. Definitely, I have said that. What's the score, Chris? Don't care what the score is. 0-0. And then I start changing players and put them on different sides. It's like, who cares? Deal with this situation now. I'm not interested in what's happened. I'm interested in what you're going to do next. This moment now.
Absolutely. You sound like a good coach, bro.
I'll tell you this, and then I won't say anything else. I took this team from winning nothing to being very, very competitive. Don't need to say anything else, mate. That speaks for me.
All right. All right. That's good. That's very good.
That was shit. I'll just leave it there. But, and honestly, most of it was because of giving up. Those types of things, like stopping, like not realizing that the game doesn't stop just because you have an emotional reaction to something. I don't like this, or the referee makes a decision that you don't agree with. This is a game. This has got rules, and if you want to play it, it's going to be dependent on you playing it and not getting upset when things don't go your way. So getting them out of that mindset, and that takes an awful lot of encouragement and jumping up and down and shouting at them in a positive way, not a negative way, in an urgent way, which, you know, games like American football, rugby, and in this instance, football, soccer, it's an urgent game. I'm not shouting at people because I'm angry, but getting them out of the mindset of fear and into the mindset of being able to achieve things if you keep going has taken them from from losing to winning and winning consistently.
Right. But yes, sir. Yes, sir. But the fear is good, though, man.
Yeah, of course.
Because the fear, like, if you like, because there are, I guarantee you, there are players on your team that will not do something because of their fear. However, if they just acknowledge that they are fearful and they do it anyway, they'll do it better. Like, and then they won't have to live with the consequences of not facing that fear.
Some of my kids play football better when they don't think they're being watched. And sometimes when they're playing on a football pitch when lots of people are watching, yeah, they're the smallest thing around. You can't see them. It's amazing. It's just that fear. When they play without fear, they're really, really good. And you think no one's watching you, there's no consequences. Oh, if I miskick this ball, these people are going to laugh at me. Or if I miskick this ball, they're going to score a goal. Whatever the consequence is, when these children play with freedom of fear, yeah, they're really good.
Really good. Yeah, it sounds like I'm not saying anything slick to an old can of oil.
No, brother, not at all. Not in this instance, anyway.
Oh yeah. Anybody got any good jokes? I'm a roast. Face me.
I'm terrible with jokes, mate. You're not going to find any here. I did tell one to my kids the other day, and as soon as I remember it, I'll let you know.
I heard a decent. It's a decent little joke. I was pulled over by the police. You know, I was just pulled over last night by the cop. Right, the cop walks up to my car and he says, "Papers," and I said, "Scissors." I win, and I took off.
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny.
I'm sure you guys have already heard the joke. What do you call? Or I'm gonna go for it. If you know this joke, don't speak up till I hit the punchline. What do you call a black man that flies an airplane? A pilot, you racist.
Okay, that's cool. That's funny. I didn't know that joke. That was good.
Well, what do you call it? No, no. Yeah, that's a bridge too far. So we got the core of the Earth has changed directions and begun spinning the other way. What do you guys think? Is there a molten iron core at the center of the sphere? Is there a ferrous molten iron core at the center of the sphere? If you guys, I like good questions. If y'all have better questions, please ask. This is your stream, people. What do you want to talk about, people? Because I'm not a DJ. I don't have the gift of gab, and I can't keep this conversation rolling. It takes you. You were created for such a time as this. I see Timbo's here. Timbo, can we get a report from somewhere else on the plane or down under or however? Trinity loves you. I'm just going to name everybody here. We got AI Ardent 2.0, Conspiracy, Adam Unsalted, God Rockin', FE Batman, Johannes Midgar, Julius J, Little G, Truth Acknowledged, Sasha's here. We got Trinity Loves You and Timbo. We got What Wheat, John Van we got a Frenchman here. What Wheat, Jay Van Dyke. We got Will Be Flat. We got Wunder Unit. And we got Algorithmicist. What's up, people? If you heard your name.
Yeehaw.
Hello, howdy, and hi. Take it over.
Covered in space sauce. It tastes
Delicious.
juice and brought these must follow the instructions.
All right. Well, here's where I go through the names of everyone here again.
Anyone there?
Yeah, it's supper time for me.
How are you, mate? Cooking dinner.
Yes, it's supper time.
Okay.
Yes, very well.
Little G, are you there? Ah. Called him out, and he's gone. He was sitting in here and in Gem Panda server.
Yeah, Timbo, if you can, get some conversation going. You're at
Yeah,
Flat Earthers?
I'm just on my lunch break at the moment, so it's just I came in here, I saw Little G, and then I looked in Gem Panda server, and Little G was in there as well. I looked at his roles. He's got nothing, but I swear I've spoken to him before. So it always makes me suspicious when they're in two servers at the same time, like they're recording or something like that, you know. Like,
The reputation of that name, his reputation precedes him.
Little G.
Yes, I've heard that before.
I know Little G really well. I've known him for like almost the whole time I've been a member on this server. He's a youngster, sort of. He's in his low 30s. I don't know what he's doing. He's got two different accounts, I think.
Is he a flat earther?
Don't worry about Little G. There's nothing suspicious about him. Nothing at all.
Oh, okay.
He's just he's one of my buddies, actually. So
he just listens in and.
Well, he'll just hang out for a while. He's not very vocal. You won't find that he speaks very often.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even after all these years, I've gotten to know him for as many years as I have. He's even hard for him to talk to me. Very little conversation. So
maybe he's just one of those people with a bit of social anxiety or something like that.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. But I really do like the kid. He's a nice little kid, is what he is. So don't worry about him.
Is he a flat earther or?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, been one for many years. At least 2.5 years, maybe 3. I can't remember when it was I met him. About 2.5 or 3 years ago.
I like your new pick, God Rockin'.
Excuse me?
I like your new pick.
Oh, thanks.
Freshen it up a bit, eh?
I guess.
I always think about changing mine, and then I think, and then people will get mixed up in who I am, you know?
Well, I think mine looks similar enough to the last one that it'd be hard to mix that one up, I think.
Yeah, I don't think you can mistake that name either, God Rockin'.
Yeah, probably not.
As long as you don't change your names. Some people change their name and their profile pic all the time. You go, fuck, who's this?
Yeah, I haven't changed mine either one. Well, I changed my profile pic this one. I may have had one before that last one. I'm not real sure. Oh yeah, what happened was the last one I had. there's a kid on here. What's his name? He used to be over. I'll think of it. Anyway, he does graphic, like computer drawing, and so he took that picture of that last one, and he did a cartoon picture of me. But
Yeah.
and I used that one for probably probably a year. And
Well,
then
not flattered, eh?
Excuse me? No.
No.
No, it's
okay.
it's the kid remember the kid that used to run the Gold Plus meetings?
No.
I just can't think of his name right now.
Oh,
He
Jose?
hasn't been around much at all lately. Anyway,
Jose? No.
It's just like two initials or something, TC or O. I can't remember. It's real short name.
Okay.
CI maybe.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Anyway, I can't remember. I'll have to look. I bet it's in my. I bet it's in my direct messages from my friends.
It was CI.
Yeah, there you go. CI.
Oh. Batman, I haven't heard you for ages, mate. How you been?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
Yeah, very well. Very well.
Just
How's
very
the heat
busy,
out there in the
unfortunately.
countryside, mate?
Oh, yeah, no, it's pretty warm today.
Yeah.
Warm.
Is it pretty dry out there at the moment, or did you get plenty of? It's been nice and green from all the rain. No, you.
Do you want to see a pic of a broken pool?
Oh, there you go. A what?
Do you want to see a picture of a broken pool?
Did you break your pool?
I'll take a picture.
What'd you get? Hey, what do you got? Come here. What is that? Come here. Stop it. You boy? Hi, Papa. You gotta go outside? You gotta go outside? Hey. Okay, Papa? Hey. Hey, buddy. Hi. Hi, Papa. Hi. You just wanna... you're just a big Bubba. Okay. It's your Papa.
Oh man.
That's fiberglass pool number 4 in 20 years.
No way. What did that happen with water in it?
That
Or have
happened
you
with
been
water
cleaning
and it all started leaking.
Oh man,
It was only a small crack. It was only a small crack, and then we got the insurance company involved, and by the time they did all their investigation and tests, that's what it turned out like. Big job to fix it too.
Yeah, well, what do? They replace the floor, or do they have to put a whole new carcass in there?
That's the 4th pool that they've put in so far over 20 years. They keep messing it up. These people are clowns. So they're going to have to replace it again, which means a big crane to excavators. They have to take the fences down, take away the terracotta tiling. It's a joke. It's a joke.
All the coping around the outside, yeah.
Oh, the whole lot. All the concrete has to be broken up.
You got paving around the pool as well, yeah?
Paving around the pool, big area paving. So then that has to come out. The fences all have to come out. It's
might as well
it's
just
just
make a concrete one, yeah?
Yeah, well, that's what we've told them.
You can't swim in it. Just in time for summer. Hey, breaking up, man. Yeah, didn't get any of that. Satellite's down, mate.
These Bluetooth friggin' AirPods, drive me nuts with Discord.
Oh, is it switching back and forward?
Oh, my left one went flat, so I had to put the right one in and just wasn't picking it up properly. How's it going up your?
In the city, cold, man. I mean, hot.
Hot, yeah.
Yeah.
You know where I was the other day? I was down Port Phillip Heads.
Port Phillip Heads. Oh, which side? The Port Lonsdale or Portsea?
I was Port Lonsdale side, so we went out Queenscliff. I took the boat out of the Heads.
If you go fishing?
We tried to go fishing. Lousy fishermen, mate. That's another story.
Yeah.
The following day we went down to Port Arlington, and I couldn't believe I packed my P1000.
Oh, to get a shot at the city?
Yeah, but I forgot to take it. But you wouldn't believe it. I got a shot with my iPhone. That's a fair way away, you know.
It's 80. I think it's 80 kilometres.
No, it's not.
Does that sound right?
Kilometers. No, that's not right. Let me just post the pictures that I took. I've got
a
them.
pic with my iPhone from Safety Beach, you know, Dramana around there. I got a shot with my iPhone of the city, of the buildings.
From Dramana. Yeah, okay.
Dramana, yeah.
I've just posted 3 pics from me just standing. Yeah, well, that's what I was doing. I was at sea level. I was just standing at the beach.
Hey, Google.
That was from Port Arlington.
That's from Port Arlington.
Standing on the sand.
Standing on the sand. That's with my iPhone. Not even my P1000. I couldn't believe it, to be honest with you. It's 38.2 kilometres. And the tallest building in the city, what was it now? I did look it up.
Yeah, it's the one with the gold on the top, yeah?
Yeah, is it 100? Is it 100 meters? I think the tallest building that we have.
See those 2 buildings on the right hand side? That's the building with the gold on top, the Eureka.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, so they're the 2 tallest, the Eureka, and there's another one behind it. But all those other buildings, like they're less than half the height. Like, look at them. So, what's that? Eureka building's what? 200 meters or something?
No, I think it's only 100. I think it's 100 meters. Let me have a look. Tallest building in Melbourne.
At 100 meters, hell, that's 300. That's over 300 feet. So that'd be 30 floors.
Yeah. Oh no, it's actually it's
got more floors than that.
317 meters.
Yeah,
so
it's a big building.
Yeah, it's 1,000 foot.
Okay, so you got 50 kilometers. You got.
I posted the picture of the curve. There should be 113 feet should be hidden.
113 meters.
113 meters should be hidden. So half of it basically should be hidden.
So if you see the gap, which would be the river. So in the middle, that'll be the Yarra going up there. So that'll be South Bank. So.
Oh right, okay.
Those buildings to the left of that gap would only be half the height of the Eureka Tower.
Oh, they can be seen
that would
clearly,
make it 150 meters, so they should be almost hidden.
Yeah,
you see the whole
there you go. Yeah, I'm definitely definitely going to take the P1000 next time. It was a really good view.
Yeah, you see that? See the building far right,
Yep.
all on its own. That's the HMAS building in Port Melbourne, the apartment
Okay.
building.
The one on the far right. Okay. And
Yeah,
what's the gap in the middle? You know, you got the two blocks. Don't you
yeah,
think that'd be the Yarra?
yeah, that's the Yarra. The
Oh,
gap
that's
in the
the Yarra.
middle. So, see where it goes far right. There's a big building, and then the two big buildings is
Yep.
where the Eureka Tower is.
Yep.
And then the gap right in the middle is where the Yarra comes in, where the port is.
Okay.
Yeah, so that'll be South Bank.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because I wanted to get in closer and take a photo closer to compare it all, you know?
Oh, to see if it, yeah, like drive on with the boat and keep the camera focused.
Yeah, do it that way.
But that's the whole city, so it's showing the whole city.
It is showing the whole city. And you know what, though? Whilst we were out in the bay, there was lots of container ships that came in, and not once did any of the container ships, you know how they say, half
Disappear.
of it disappear. No, they just get smaller and smaller, mate. It's just all, I don't know where people get this. You know what I've noticed from all my sea observations, what you get above the waterline is a mirroring effect that tends to hide some of the boat.
Yeah, makes it look shorter at the bottom.
That's correct. That's what you get.
I had the same effect. We were at the beach the other day, and I was watching the container ships. So we were at Port Melbourne, and I was watching the container ships go out through the channel, and they did look like they were. So it started to compress at the bottom, but that was, where the channel starts to turn. I think it heads out to like Dramana or Rye, and then it takes a right angle to go out through the heads.
Yeah.
So it was just before they started to turn. So that was 40 k's away, and I could see the bottom of the boats.
Yeah.
So
Was that
where's
with your,
the horizon?
Yeah. Is that with your P1000?
No, this was just with my eyes.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah. There's no horizon, mate. There's no horizon. I'm telling
right.
you. Yeah. Right. It's just not in Port Phillip Bay anyway. That just doesn't happen.
I'm sitting here now. I'm in Williamstown, and we're doing a house down by the water. I'm looking directly across at the city.
Yeah, well,
I can see the beach.
From Williamstown, you can see the beach at Middle Park. That was my first observation that turned me into 100% no denying flat earther.
So what's that? 10 k's? Or less or more?
No, it's less. So Middle Park to Williamstown is 5 k's, and if you look at the video that I posted on YouTube, the horizon,
I've seen that one. Yeah,
it's supposed to be 2.5 k's away. Yet you can clearly see the rocks jutting out of the ocean at Williamstown because there's a rock,
and you've got the water lapping up there. Yeah, you got the water lapping up on the break wall. Yeah,
that's it. Yep, that's the one. Yep.
Yeah.
Mate, these people have just got rocks in their head. Anyone that thinks that there's curvature, they've just got rocks in there. There's no curvature. No, none to be seen anywhere.
No. Oh yeah, man, you can see it from a plane.
Now, see it from a plane. I never see it from a plane when I travel.
Never. It just looks flat.
Yeah.
You see the top layer of the clouds, and it's just flat.
It. We're going to Thailand in April, and where we're staying, there's an island that's 10 kilometres away. I'm definitely taking the P1000 with me.
Yeah, take a compass with you in the plane.
You reckon?
Yeah, see what direction you start flying in. I don't know whether it's going to tell us anything, but it'd be interesting to see if it matches up with like the coordinates and stuff like that.
Yeah, okay. Well, I could use my phone, but who knows if it might work.
Yeah, I don't know. I always think because it's digital, I don't know whether it's as reliable because these little compasses, they've got a level on it as well.
Yeah,
They can keep your compass level.
I might just order one because I don't have one.
I think they're about $10. Yeah.
Oh, who knows? Yeah.
Should be able to get one from Anaconda or something like
that. Yeah. Just fixing the shit. It's just like to come off. Yeah. All right.
So it's a pretty cool photo though.
Yeah. I reckon with the P1000, I'm going to be able to see if it's a good day. There's a shore on the other side, 10Ks. It's possible with a P1000. But this is what I was going to say. I just got interrupted with a phone call. Right? We all own iPhones. My wife, my mates, my daughter, and we've had the compass all active. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
And all the compasses on the iPhones read different.
They all point in different directions.
They all point in different directions. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense.
I'll have to try that when I get home.
Got an iPhone?
Yeah, we've all got iPhones. So there's five in the house. So
yeah, go outside so you're not connected to the Wi-Fi because that gives you a different reading as well. So just put it on the cellular and just put them all down and just have a look at the difference in the readings.
Yeah, I'll have a look. Yeah, that's what I was saying about having a digital compass. Because what's it reading off? Is it, because compasses read off magnetic. So is your phone picking up a magnetic signal and then turning it into an image? You know what I mean? Like, you're better off relying on a kind of a needle.
Yeah. Well, I know the one in my boat sometimes plays up. I don't know why it plays up, and that's one of those floating manual compasses.
Yeah. The one that tells you, like the four-wheel driving compasses, tells you what camber you're on and stuff like that.
Yeah, like that. Yeah. Oh, in the boat, you know what camber you're on.
Yeah, always.
As long as you're in the boat, not in the water. Yeah, mate.
Yeah.
One of the days I went out recently, the waves were going over the top of the boat. I got a big plate boat. It was okay. I had fuel problems. I had water in the fuel. I'm thinking, how am I going to get back into port now?
Oh shit!
But no, we managed. It took it nice and easy.
Yeah. What do you got? Like a bar crusher or something?
I've got a Yellowfin 640.
So how many? What's the size of that?
6.4 meters. That's what a 640 is.
Like a half cab or something, is it?
It's like a half cab, but it's probably a bit bigger than a half cab.
Yeah.
I'll take a photo of it for you. Give me a tick.
Yeah, I'm sitting in my car having lunch, just looking at these fucking jet skis flying around.
Yeah, I saw an accident with one of those the other day. Jesus, I tell you, they can do a bit of damage.
Yeah, someone went to hospital. They collided into someone on Safety Beach in the last weekend.
There you go. That's a nice photo.
Where'd you put it? I don't think you put it in the. You might have put it somewhere else.
Yeah, I did. It's just uploading. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. See, even now, like I'm sitting in my boat, and I'm looking at my compass, and my boat's pointing
Oh, that's nice.
south, north, east, west. So my boat's pointing east, and have a look at what it's reading. Let's have a look. Let's put it up. Camera. Okay. All right. So just remember, my boat's pointing east at the moment, yet my compass is pointing basically northeast. Yeah, it's going up now. Can you butterfly shrimp with that thing? What's a butterfly shrimp?
What's a shrimp?
What a shrimp is, but what's a butterfly shrimp?
We call them prawns, mate. Northeast, 60.
Yeah.
What's that? 50 degrees northeast.
Yeah. Now, let's have a look at what my compass on my phone's reading. Right. Let's just put that down. Okay. There you go. I'll take a screenshot. That's crazy. Right. Watch this. My GPS. Got my GPS location, but I don't care. I'm not afraid of anybody.
Yeah.
Left the photos. All right, here you go. Let's upload this.
So did you get any? Apparently the salmon have been biting. Did you get any salmon or anything?
Mate, we got small parrotfish and small snapper that we had to throw back.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
There you go.
Huge
So
parrotfish.
now people on location, if they want to come and get me, they can come and get me. I'm ready for them. Batman's always.
So you're going. So your phone says southeast and your boat says northeast.
Yeah, there you go. So the phone's at the digital compass, and the boat's got a normal compass. So go figure.
And they're facing 90 degrees in the opposite direction. Oh no, sorry.
Yeah,
90 degrees in the opposite direction.
It doesn't make any sense. That makes no sense. North is the phone is about right. It's close to being right. As I said, remember I said my boat's pointing east, all right?
Yeah.
So it's sort of southeast. But the normal compass just doesn't seem right. I don't know. Just as well I don't use it when I'm in the bay.
Yeah, you can see where you're going anyway, really, can't you?
Around
the middle. Pretty hard.
Yeah. No, I've got a proper GPS, like a navigation system for it. Because sometimes we go out in the dead of night.
Oh yeah,
getting
squid.
No, not getting squid, mate. Just to get in nice and early.
Okay.
We just use the software just to track where we're going. But it's scary when you're going in the middle of the night.
Yeah, it's a big bay, man. It gets choppy too.
Not to get lost, but more so for hitting another boat. You know, if someone's decided to go out there and not have their lights on, my boat can slice them in two. You know, especially if they're a little boat.
Yeah, it's a big, heavy thing, isn't it? Imagine hitting a fiberglass thing in that.
Oh yeah,
and split it.
I've got a big floodlight on the front, an LED light bar, and I had it on once. We were going from Williamstown to South Banks. It's just as a bit of a trip to do some eating at one of the restaurants. And I turned the floodlight on when we were coming back, and you should have seen the water police, how quickly they come in and told me to turn the light bar off. You're not allowed to have
really?
lights on. You're not allowed to have lights on when you're travelling at night in a boat.
Why?
Because they can blind other boaters.
Ah.
Yeah.
I thought it'd be better. Then you can see.
I thought, yeah, that's
see
what
each
I
other.
thought too, but no, can't have them.
You'd think as long as they're pointed down at the water, they'd be all right. Yeah.
Oh, but the problem is a boat's always, listing from side
up
to side
down.
and forward and back. Yeah, that's the reason why. I'm going to turn around and put. They're fun police. You wouldn't believe what they did to me the other day. I was out fishing in the bay and we decided to go to one of my old GPS spots to catch some whiting. So I just, pulled it up on the Navi, went there, anchored, fell asleep. The brother decided to do some fishing. And then the wildlife and fisheries officers pulled up in a jet ski. I was in a marine park. They changed it to a marine park over the COVID break.
Oh, is that near Queenscliff?
Nah, that's near Point Cook.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And they got me. They reckon they're going to send me a huge fine.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what they reckon. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah, so near Point Cook, near the RAF base. Yeah?
Near the RAF base, yeah. Yeah, they made a wildlife sanctuary, and you're not allowed to fish there.
Oh man! Hopefully they let it slide. If it's only new, then everyone doesn't know about it.
Yeah. Well, I certainly didn't know about it. I thought it was just a marker for the rocks that are in the area near the point. You know. So anyway, he goes to me, look, it's all recorded. We can't do anything about it. He goes, you're going to send your fine in the mail. Okay, it's like an $8,000 fine.
Oh. More rules, mate. More ruls.
Yeah,
I know. You have enough, yeah?
They turned around and they made parking at the boat ramps free, right? But they make everybody get a fishing license now.
Yeah, that's right.
It's clear that if you went fishing, right, you turned around and you'd pay for one person parking the car and you could have, like 4 mates in the car. But now your 4 mates all need to get a fishing license.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So they can fine you if you don't have one.
It's unbelievable.
Anyway, good to speak to you, man. I've got to jump back into work.
No worries. Go to work. Cheers, buddy.
All the best, mate.
Same to you.
executives knowing that they were dangerous and deadly because they were given legal immunity by
Mic check.
billions or even trillions of dollars. They
Bingo.
were to produce a bio
If you want a really good joke, click on that link I just posted in live stream and watch it.
males to sterile.
Yes, indeed. That's a good one. That's the best. Not for 5 cents.
I want to carry 5 American pennies in my pocket from now on. And we don't have pennies in Canada anymore anyways.
So what's the smallest denomination of coin then? Is it 5 the nickel?
Yep. And then the smallest bill is $5.
When did that happen?
Oh, it's been like that for quite a while now. It was first the $1 bills were taken out and the loonie came out, and then the toonie and the $2 bills got phased out.
How much is a gallon again where you're at?
Pardon me?
How much is a gallon of fuel where you're at?
Yesterday when I was out and about, I believe it was $1.54 a liter. So that'd be times 4. So
yeah.
$6 a gallon, I guess.
Well, look at Article 51 of the Geneva Convention. There is no
I don't know. I just put the fucking gas in the tank and drive. It's just money to me. I don't really give a shit. I got more than I know what to do with anyways, so. No baby mama, no ex-wife, no mortgage, no student loan, no bullshit.
Because in the Pfizer contract, you're supposed to create a vaccine that's to protect against
Everything must be really inflated if they took away the dollar,
all of the technology that they created.
Well, it's not the paper dollar that it lowers the value. It's the inflation rates and stuff. Like, it's your buying power with your dollar that affects the value. Like our $20 bill currency, I believe, costs 14 cents. Somebody was saying the other day to print. But as I was pointing out, it's not so much how much the bill costs or what the face value of it is. It's what you're purchasing with it, because that $20 bill doesn't have the same value for different items.
Yeah, money's just a form of change, so it really doesn't have any value in itself. But
it was going to cause these disabilities and death.
Because that's what they were contracted to do.
You can't change. Well, you can exchange it for things that are valuable, but you can change it.
Collapsing on the field
and be able to.
Is because they are mocking us.
Yeah, you were a little choppy there. The way I see it is, cash is king, and it's how the economy is handled and functions that's important. In Canada, Alberta, that province is provincially debt-free, so they only pay a federal tax when they purchase something. All across Canada and every other province, we pay 2 taxes. So there's no excuse for that. All provinces should be provincially debt free and only be paying one tax to cover health care, fire, whatever, social programs. And the way that could be done is by taking the revenue from 4 specific resources that are all voluntary things anyways, and paying down the provincial debt in those other provinces. But it's not going to get done that way. They'll continue making people struggle and pretending they don't have answers or solutions. Like, the way I see it, you take the revenue from alcohol sales, tobacco, now recreational marijuana sales, and lottery, and you pay out all that provincial debt. And then once that's paid off, you keep the revenue from those 4 resources for military budgets or whatever else in future that might be needed. So you don't have to implement more taxes on the people or reinstate the provincial tax again for a period of time.
Do you guys have an income tax or no?
Oh yeah. We got all kinds of tax bullshit, and it's the same everywhere, I guess. And a lot of people argue that democracy is the best situation, and I'm not going to say it's not a good place to be, but I never agreed my whole life to ever having any of my fellow citizens locked up over a dried plant. You know, just because it's been legalized for the last few years, big deal. And it's not quite legalized officially because people are still getting in trouble over it in certain situations. So if you want to give the government a certain amount of money, they'll give you a little piece of paper that says you're allowed to sell it. But other than that, it's not legal. Like, that's stupid, you know? And a non-violent offender shouldn't see any jail time regardless of the offense, whether it's drugs or something else. If it's a non-violent offense, why do jail time? Why why make the taxpayers incur that cost, you know? Give them community service, give them a fine, give them something, but why jail time? And the earth is still flat. The other conversation, somebody was saying they never saw any curvature. I was going to jump in and say, in the fisheye lens, you see it. But bump. Am I talking over anyone?
If you don't want to help, if you want to make all the excuses in the world about why Pfizer or Moderna or Johnson & Johnson, Janssen, AstraZeneca,
Gonna drop those back.
Can hear the TV in the background.
Okay, sorry, I'll just mute that. So we were just touching on taxes and stuff, and what I was going to say is, yeah, we're taxed here up in Canada, whatever the gentleman, certain tax he was asking about. What I was going to say is, the overreach of government in any democracy, regardless, aside from the locking people up over a plant thing, where taxes are concerned, you're taxing my 8-hour job. My side hustle should not be the government's concern, regardless of how much I'm making. So if I'm painting houses on the side, I paint 400 houses a year for $2,500 each, and I make $1 million a year on the side, aside from my 8-hour job. That's my fucking business, my fucking money. When I spend any of that $1 million on anything that the government taxes, they're going to get their share of that money that I made. So you already taxed my 8-hour day job. You're taxing me when I spend money off my side hustle on my gas or whatever I buy with it. So it shouldn't affect my personal income tax. You tax the hell out of my hourly rate. Don't touch my side hustle. I'm going to spend the money on something, so you're going to get your share.
Man, you sound like a freedom-loving person, plus you're willing to put up with the bullshit. You don't owe them that much. Like, you don't even owe them the tax. Fucking crazy world we live in.
Yeah. And then, like, you also got to consider those 400 houses that you paint throughout the year. You're buying the paint at the hardware store. The government's getting all the taxes on all that material you're buying. Like, it's not like they're not making their share. They're making more than their share. It's what they're doing with it. For example, the head douchebag in charge up here in Canada gave the LGBT 568978 group $100 million. For what? What do they need that for? Who did they ask before they gave it to them? Like the regular hardworking Joe on the street, John Q, Susie Q Public, they didn't ask them, are you okay with us giving that group $100 million of Canadian money, taxpayer money? Like, it's just insane.
Yeah, I believe there's one U.S. state where there's no income tax.
You mean like personal tax or off your labor income or whatever? That's great, but I guarantee that state still generates plenty of tax or revenue in tax for the government through through their sales of product, right?
Yeah, any place that doesn't have any state that doesn't have an income tax is going to have a very high sales tax, and that doesn't mean that you don't have to pay federal income tax either.
Is that the case? I never heard that side of it.
But God rockin', wouldn't federal in that situation mean like their old age pension or whatever, right?
No, I don't know which state he's talking about, but I'm just saying, guaranteed, like, if there is no state income tax, then they're going to have a high sales tax. And yeah, federal income tax is every state, no matter what.
Yeah, the U.S. it is. Yeah, there's a set amount depending on your tax write-offs and stuff. I mean, you don't have to pay taxes on everything as long as you got write-offs for it all and stuff. It's kind of a weird system, I think, the way we do it here in the U.S., but there are ways to get away with not really even giving the government any taxes if you want to. You can like do tax write-offs and donate money to charity and all kinds of stuff, and that qualifies as paying taxes.
So I heard it on the radio this morning. I heard on the radio this morning that Biden, not really Biden, but they're proposing a 23% sales tax for everybody, but eliminating all other like income tax and stuff. So a flat tax essentially. That's interesting.
Yeah, 25%.
23% sales tax.
Wow.
So yeah, something for $100 would be $123 after taxes. But yeah, if you got rid of all other taxes, that doesn't sound like a bad deal actually. Like, especially. Like,
well, what that does,
it's a flat tax, so that makes it so that all the rich, they end up, the rich who don't pay taxes and find loopholes and everything else. Every time they buy something, now they're paying taxes. Same thing with drug dealers and anything on the black market, right? Like,
I was just going to say
everybody pays it.
That puts all that money in their pocket, the money that they weren't getting from the rich people that do all these loopholes and tax write-offs and whatnot. That puts a lot more money in their hands. It gives them a lot more power. I think it's just a power grab.
I don't know, like because it's coming from the left, like the right's gonna go like throw a fit about it, but that's normally flat tax is normally an argument that comes from the right.
Yeah, but they talk about 10%. That was what they were talking about, 10%. And anyway,
10% flat.
The federal listen, remember that Boston Tea Party? Those guys started stacking. Yeah, they started stacking bodies over a 2% tax. I'm just saying. That whole no taxation without representation, that was over 2%.
No, I'm just saying, like, normally we're pretty conservative, pretty righty over here, but honestly, for most of us, middle class people, like a 23% sales tax and eliminating income tax would probably be a good deal for us.
Until they increase it, bro. Like the line
on it, but
they always draw. They claim that they're never going to cross the line, but they never stop crossing the line.
Yeah, that 23% becomes 25% in 4 years, and then it becomes 30%.
What a world! But what do I know? Good conversation, fellas.
Yeah, I can see why they would want that, because it puts a whole lot more money in their hands.
Yeah, there's no more evading paying taxes if it's just a flat tax. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you guys are looking for a good stock to invest in, I suggest fertilizer bomb stock. It's going to explode. Hey!
I don't know if you're allowed to say that on online. You're gonna get us shut down.
No, I don't think so. You can say that. I know it sounds scary, but you can actually say it. You can say anything. Actually,
it's been a long time since Timothy McVeigh.
Fuck! It took forever for my mic to unmute. In fact, the gentleman who was saying they keep going further and further into your pocket. Up here in Canada, if you're making a salary of $1 million a year, after they're done with you, you take home less than $500,000. The government takes more than $500,000 from your salary.
You guys are paying 50%.
Yeah, it's theft, bro. It's theft.
More for people that are making that much money at their job, whatever their job is. Because most people don't make $1 million.
What are the lower tax brackets, like, or middle class, like not I mean, I guess it's like, how does that how are the brackets set up? Like, at what level does it change?
So they consider 35,000 and under is below the poverty rate a year. So 35,000 and over would be considered getting into middle class. And then
below the poverty line, you pay no taxes, right? Income tax, no income tax below the poverty line.
It depends, because up here we do have the working poor, right? So there are people that are below that $35,000 income bracket, but because the way they're taxed at their work and the cost of living, and they're not really getting ahead, right? And they probably do get a pay, like a little bit of a refund at the end of the year. Where above that, you might
I'm
owe
guessing-
a little. Where above that, you might owe.
I guess that it's like I'm pretty sure in the United States, I bet Canada would be the same way. If you're below the poverty line, you don't end up paying any taxes. You might have some if you're working. Yeah, you're going to have some withheld, but you'll get all of that back at the end of the year.
A portion of it, yeah, and then the rest is kept for your retirement. Like it's called CPP, Canadian Pension Plan. And
Yeah, okay, minus like Social Security, which is what we have, right?
And then some's held for your employment insurance. That's like if you get laid off, you can collect a portion of what you were making until you find more work. But if you never get laid off, you're always paying into that. So,
I love how they're still saying, like, I just saw it on the news again recently. It's been a while since I heard them talk about it, but they're saying like Social Security's going to be basically tapped out by like 2035. So yeah, I get to work my whole life and put in to Social Security and expect to get nothing when it comes time to retire.
I don't like hearing any of what they say. Like they wrote me a letter because I was harassing them, asking them serious questions, looking for serious answers. And in the letter, they were bragging about the amount of money they were spending on affordable housing. But my question was, what are you doing to help the people that can't afford a house at all? Not people that can't afford market rent, but can afford some rent. Like, how about the people that can't afford rent at all? So their numbers on what they were doing. The numbers
housing, affordable housing is just a term that they use. Like it includes like anybody who's like if they're getting assistance from the government, like they'll get the low income housing. It's just another name for low income housing. So it's here.
What I was going to say is,
depending on how much you make, you might not pay anything to live in one of those places.
Yeah, none of the numbers they were talking about were impressive to me because they're only numbers, and I know they're not giving me the right numbers for their books because you're going to overspend. Well, show me the books. Where did you overspend? There's got to be some mismanagement going on here, right? So they're never going to show you the books, and the amount they bring in daily off lottery sales alone, forget about anything else. There's no way it's not in the budget to keep that food bank open. It's there. They just don't want to pony up.
Yeah, they're always scamming.
Like, here's an example. I'm not sure if it was after the head douchebag here in charge got elected as our so-called leader, the drama teacher there. But it was at a town hall, and somebody asked a question about veterans here in Canada, and his answer was, we can't afford what the veterans are asking for right now. As soon as that conflict started over where, we started sending money over to the one side, all kinds of money. But before that, we didn't have money for our own vets here. That's hilarious.
Oh. Shit. That hurt.
I don't know what you want to. I don't know what you did, but I feel like saying, ha ha.
Yeah, the first question that came to mind: are you still on blood thinners? And elevate whatever you just cut. Oh wow! I'm just kidding. Got it rocking.
It's all right. I just smashed my thumb trying to put some stuff into the garbage. My thumb got smashed. Now, yeah, I'm going to be after you for that one. Just kidding.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying our government or any other government shouldn't be helping out a side that needs help. What I'm saying is, if you're not helping your own people first, like, come on.
Oh, who are you kidding? We shouldn't be sending any money to fucking Ukraine, period. Neither of our countries.
I suppose. Again, one way or the other, what real say do we have in it? They gave the $100 million to the Elemental 5678 group, so whatever. They're gonna do whatever with our money. We don't really have a choice.
Yeah, I always wonder who actually gets to control our tax dollars too. Different in your country, but I always wonder who's really in control of that.
I'll give you two guesses. One guess. Who controls all the money in the world?
Satan?
Can't say that. I'll get banned.
Did someone say the little horn? Never mind. That's
No.
just me. All right, guys. I don't know if y'all have heard it enough lately. I love you. You guys need to love somebody. Later.
I'm feeling warm and fuzzy inside now. Thank you.
I'm starting to think Matthew is a Fed.
That's quite the accusation. Possible. You got reasons?
It's just a joke based on all of today's events.
I haven't been around today. Just got on a little bit ago. What happened today?
Well, yesterday the Earth's core stopped spinning.
For reals?
Apparently. I posted something about it in the live stream, and then somebody was posting something about it today from another source This is what they're claiming. It's slowed down and it's stopping and it's going to start turning in the other direction. And apparently it does it every 70 years.
Every 70 years?
Apparently.
They don't even know if it exists.
Exactly, brother. But it's just like the things that these people out there, you know whom I'm speaking of, brothers and sisters that are listening to this, that they're just going to eat up from these other people. Oh shit! The Earth's course slowing down. Oh my!
Can't wait.
Are they gonna blame that on? Is it man-made climate change that's doing it, or
somebody mentioned that? That's what happens when you let the climate change.
I can't wait. I'm on all these science sites on Facebook that argue with people all the time. Can't wait for it to get home and have a look at it.
It's because it's going to keep happening unless we all stop eating meat.
Well, yeah, cow farts, dude. It affects the Earth's core.
Why do we got to stop eating meat?
To stop the core from turning around.
Yeah, it's detrimental to the globe.
No, to keep it going because it's stopping. But then you were saying,
we don't want it to turn back the other way, so we got to stop eating meat.
The only way it'll turn back the other way is if Superman flies around the Earth backwards.
Is he retired yet?
I don't think so.
Yo, Maggie.
What up?
Yo, I'm so psyched about finding that today, that 666 thing. Dude, that to me is that is so awesome. Like,
yeah, it's like a gold nugget,
dude. Freaking guess, dude. I'm like, I bet you it's 666 years later, or 66.6 years later, and that's exactly what it was. It's crazy, man.
I think you were more astonished than everybody else was, dude, because you did the math, and it was like, no shit, damn.
Well, my first guess was Apollo 11, but they went to the moon supposedly on Apollo 10. That was the first time. They just didn't land, right? They said they orbited it, and that happened to be the date, May 22nd. Like, what the
from the launch day of that one film? That's nuts, bro.
They launched on. It takes 3 days to get there. They launched on They launched on the 18th, May 18th, according to them, right? And they did the separation from the command module because it was supposed to be a test, right? They did the separation on May 22nd. And
what was the film release?
And then came back 3 days later. The film was released April. I wrote it down. April 4th, 1902.
1902.
And it's exactly 66.6 years later is May 22nd, 1969.
That'll give you the chills, man. Figuring that shit out.
It's like exactly. And you got to think 666 is not even like an even number. But because there's leap years and shit, it turns out that it's exactly 666.6. It's not like it's not like 66.6 and like 0.0156. Like, you know what I mean? There's no remainder.
So mathematically, it adds up to like that actual number. But like, what are the chances that we stumbled upon it like the way we did? Like, what are the odds of that? Like, calculate that shit.
Divine providence, who knows?
Well, and what assholes are fucking planning and plotting that shit out? Or did this just weave itself into reality somehow?
No, because like we were talking about it, man. Like, obviously,
we weren't even talking about that specifically, right?
We
were
even
just talking about general propaganda, and I just brought up what Flat Earth Dude brought up last night, that like the very first movie ever made, moving picture, was a film about the moon called Trip to the Moon. And in that, I was talking about how they start off like the scientists, they start off as wizards, decide they want to go to the moon, change into lab coats, and then build a rocket. And I was talking about that. And then just throughout, like, I bet you 66.6 years until like Apollo 11. And it turned out it wasn't Apollo 11, it was Apollo 10.
We were just like kind of poking fun at it because we weren't actually thinking that was the case. And I think
we're like messing around, man.
We're completely messing around. And then I think Helio, I keep calling Helio, Indio became quiet, and he was doing some math in the background. He's like, it adds up to 666. And I was like, what, dude? Nah.
Yeah.
But he did the math, dude. What made you want to do the math? Like, that's crazy. Like,
because Apollo, I just like, there's a calculator like between dates, right? At first I Googled it, like, how many days between this and this, and then how many years between this and this. And then I found a calculator where you can just like punch in the dates. It's like a birth or how old somebody is calculator, where you punch in their birth date and their death date, and it'll tell you how old they were when they died. So I used that, right? And I punched in the numbers to April 4th, 1902. And but I used Apollo 11, and I'm like, it was 6.7, and I'm like, okay, so it's 66.9 or 7, right? It's actually 66.75 for Apollo. So I looked, and I'm like, okay, what else might have happened on May 22nd? And it happened to be that Apollo 10. Because I was looking at the wiki page for Apollo 11, then I saw Apollo 10, and it said, followed the Apollo 10 mission that happened in May 1969. I'm like, holy shit. So I looked on that, and it said that was May 18th to May 24th. And the 22nd it falls dead in between those. Right? And so then I look up May 22nd, what they do in the mission. They did the separation from the command module to do a simulated moon landing.
oh, that's when.
Yeah, because they didn't land on according to them, they didn't land on Apollo 10. They flew to the moon, orbited it. They basically did a simulation of landing on the moon, right? They did a test run without doing the actual landing. But that's technically the first time man went to the moon, right?
So what did we do for Apollo 1 through 9?
They were doing like incremental stuff, like, I think it was just like getting closer or something. And some of them were like probes and, other bullshit.
But what, like, just getting back to what Indio was talking about, man, like, so we kind of stumbled upon this information, and then it adds up to that number. But, like, supposedly the film, the 1902 film, was about that very same thing. So the I guess you could say the takeaway from what he stumbled upon to like how in that film it was showing like they were looking in a telescope. Like you can see the beginning of that film, that silent film.
The important part is the very first movie ever made.
Yep.
It's kicked off moving images, right? The thing that we're all looking at, what YouTube is, basically what everybody consumes 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Moving images.
It was the first one.
Yeah. I've seen clips from it before. It comes up in non-related to any of this too. Just like seen it a few times, clips of it a few times come up.
Well, it's like, let's kick this off. Let's kick off this new medium, right? To brainwash, because any medium of information since the beginning, since the printing press, right? Yeah. So think even like the Gutenberg Bible. When they invented the printing press, that's the first thing they made, right? So they made that, obviously. But the thing is, nobody was like allowed to read the Bible at that time. So they were basically printing it for the priests. They weren't actually printing it for the commoner. And then the priests would tell people what it says. But the thing is, like when they get a new form of medium, it like kicks off propaganda. I bet you the first radio, if we go back at the very first radio broadcast, I bet you that's like a big piece of propaganda.
Dude, that should be another thing you look into, Indio. You're probably onto something, man. You've been on a roll lately. You're gonna probably figure out that it's tied into this shit somehow.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
I have to do a video on it, like how you pieced it all together and shit.
Well, I mean, I got to give credit to Flat Earth Dude. He's the one that noticed the wizards into lab coats, man. That's the fucked up thing. Like, because that's what happened in reality. Wizards into lab coats, right? Astrology into astronomy.
Essentially, yeah.
Not essentially. That's the way it was, right? That is Copernicus, Kepler, Galileo. Newton. All of them guys did astrology. It's a matter of like historical record. Newton did astrology. Newton did alchemy.
Alchemy, yeah. I don't think anybody will argue that. Well, they might. the fanboys will. No.
So you got to think you had a point in time where they were just doing like in the Babylonians, they're just doing astrology, right? And they're using the sexagesimal system, 360 degrees, and then we get the tilt of the earth and like all that crap, right? All the 666s in there, right? And like if you look in the book of Revelations, what do they talk about? The whore of Babylon, right? You can make you can string a thread through all this, man.
But
No
it even
problem.
talks about. I think the context, the biblical context, was saying that the reader beware of that number, and it always puts an awareness to that number, and it talks about it being the number of a man.
Yeah,
And then I'm trying to.
and everyone always says it's going to be like some brand on everybody, right? And somebody has the number. Maybe that's the misinterpretation of what it means.
It's the woven indoctrination of like the complete heliocentric or the cosmology, man. It's woven throughout all the cosmology of the heliocentric paradigm.
Yeah, maybe it's like a marker, right? Like if you want to
Yeah.
know if this is part of the Babylonian system, look for 666 in it, and it basically, if you find it, it's part of the evil plan, basically.
Yeah, it's a nod, a little tip of the hat, a nod to those in the know. Like, hey, by the way, this is us. This is our
It's a
fingerprint
signal,
on it.
dude.
Yeah.
It's a signal to everybody. But you have to kind of look for it. It's not going to be readily apparent.
Like how we came about this wasn't like we weren't searching for it. We stumbled upon it. Like it was just, I guess, providence, man.
That's
fell out, man.
That's an interesting find. Now that you brought up the radio broadcast, though, so like, yeah,
I gotta get going.
Marconi was the first. Was the first one, but the first, let's see, scheduled broadcast was in Pittsburgh by Westinghouse Electric Manufacturing Company, and it was, let's see, announced live. They announced live returns of the presidential election between Warren G. Harding and James Cox.
Oh my God! And that kicked off World War I. Warren G. Harding, they consider like one of the worst presidents ever. Warren.
So yeah, it was the first. Now, they probably. I would love to say it's like all elections. It's probably a rigged one, but yeah, of course they're doing the live returns of the election, giving the election results. It's the first radio broadcast, first scheduled radio broadcast.
That's pretty nuts. So the first scheduled radio broadcast was propaganda.
That's what you call
it. So like whatever they said on the radio is what's true, right? They're just like, oh yeah, so and so won. Oh, I heard it on the radio. So and so won. And then the newspapers, heard it on the radio and they publish it too. That's fucking creepy shit, dude. I don't necessarily ascribe a significance to any of it, but like it is a hell of a coincidence. Like with all these 666s that just come out of the heliocentric.
Well, yeah, that's what I was getting at. Like,
it could be any number though, but you don't notice the same number reoccurring, right? I mean, the 666 thing is reoccurring over and over again. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, well, same thing with 33.3 and 333 and 666.
And if you add them together, they're not quite 10.
Right, yeah.
So 666 is like an infinite decimal if you do a division, right? If you divide 10 by 3, right? It's infinite, or you divide 10 by
it's not, it becomes 9.99999 repeating
forever. Yeah. The glitch in the matrix, bro. Mathemagics. I mean, it doesn't even matter if it means anything. If it's intentionally designed that way, then it means something to them, right? The people that are doing this shit.
I mean, is there this group of the Illuminati in the back, like we've just like saying you have to, you're going to do a radio broadcast, but it has to be on this date and it has to be, like, or does it just somehow find its way into reality? It just happens to be so, and there's, it's something bigger than us, just, God
How
or
hard would it
Satan
be,
at
though?
work,
Think about how hard would it be, Lou? If you had control, like you have absolute control of the media, and you want to do 100-year plan, right, of events, right? Basically 100-year story, like a work of fiction that you're going to write into the media to control, to guide the public psyche into a direction, right? That would be pretty easy to write. That wouldn't be difficult.
Not if radio hadn't even been invented yet.
I mean, technically, radio was invented by Tesla in like 1883 or something. Marconi was like, what happened was Tesla invented it, but there was like 5 people fighting over radio. And then the government kind of took it over. So the government went out, started dude, this is where it gets even weirder. It was FDR. He was the Secretary of the Navy before he was president. And the Navy went out and bought all the patents, like radio patents they could. And they started RCA. So RCA was like a Navy-owned, in the background company. And they went out and they made radios and all that crap. And they controlled radio broadcasts. The government isn't going to let you just broadcast information everywhere to anything you want. Sorry, they're just not going to let you do that. They're going to play pretend freedom of speech, right? They'll control the technology, right? So they can control the commercial aspect of it, the distribution of the means of communication. They'll control that. They can't control the speech, but they'll control who gets it, right? And the only people that are going to get it are the people that say the things that they want them to say. Within certain bounds, right? The controllable people are the ones who are going to get the technology. They're the ones who are going to get the licenses to put up a radio tower. They're the ones that are going to get the permission from the public utilities to get enough power to power the antenna. They're the ones that are going to get the building permits. Otherwise, you know how they can just gum it up with the legal
I
system.
agree. If they really wanted to do something like that, they could.
There's a million ways to gum it up, right?
But how much effort are you going to put into such a silly little thing just to make sure you get your 66.6 in there?
Well, I mean, it takes them no effort. It's not it's an effort for us. I don't think it's an effort for them to make something happen on a particular day.
Well, no,
it isn't even like it's like, say I want to say I have total control over the media company in 60 years. It's easy to make a plan and okay, on this date, 60 years from now, they're going to do this.
Yeah, like I said, I mean,
years to plan it.
You could do it, but how much time or effort are you going to put into even planning such a thing just so you can leave your number in?
I don't know if they think it gives them some sort of metaphysical power. Probably a lot of effort. If it's if they think of it like casting a spell, right? Because the people that practice occultism, they think they're getting supernatural powers by doing the by doing the occult actions. They think they're getting supernatural power, and that's what's putting them ahead of everybody else. Is their rituals, right? So why wouldn't you just continue? What ends up happening is you're like, okay, my life sucks. I'm going to try some occult ritual. Boom, and by coincidence, good things happen to you. So you keep doing it, and then good things keep happening to you. And you think it must be the occult rituals, and you just keep doing it. And eventually, now you're a billionaire, right? And you're just going to get rich because you're a billionaire. It's almost impossible to not get rich or being a billionaire. So there's a saying. To turn $10 into $100 is hard work. To turn $10 million into $100 million is inevitable. It's unless you're a fucking crazy gambling, crack smoking, nutcase, right? If you got $10 million and you stick it in anything that gains even like 2% interest, you're going to be mega loaded in 30 years. You're going to have, 90 times the amount you started with because of compound interest. But the thing is, they are associating their largesse, right? Their what do you call it? Their so-called success with the occult rituals. So why wouldn't you just keep going with it? Why would you stop? Because a lot of these occult rituals, they existed. That's the point I'm trying to make. Like, they had astrologers. That shit never died. None of that stuff ever went away. Like, they had astrology back in the day, 1000 BC, 200 BC. Like, this thing never stopped, this occultism. I mean, of course, you've heard of Hitler in the occult, and then there was Jack Parsons in the occult. Like, there's a lot of these so-called successful people. They're into the occult, man.
I agree. No, clearly you're right about all that. It just. I'm not saying it's not possible or that it's not happening.
It's like one of those things. Like, we're hard to. It's like we think it's stupid, right? Like, why would you do that? They don't.
What the fuck's wrong with you? You freaking savant. Is it some type of that's the wrong word. Some type of
OCD.
OCD.
Yeah.
What? Yeah. Like.
It must be OCD because this number keeps cropping up everywhere, which is why I, with my tongue in cheek, asked a question earlier. Jules Verne with this rocket to the moon movie in 1902. What happened 66 years later? With my tongue in cheek because this number crops up quite a lot of times when you're dealing with this stuff. And it fucking did. I mean, Indio went back and, done the numbers correctly, and it was 66. Was it the 22nd of May, Indio, right? Right in the week, right in the middle of that week that they did this, they went round the moon. I mean, yeah, you could literally say that. What a fucking coincidence.
You missed this part. Exactly on May 22nd is when they did the simulated landing where they separated from the command module.
Oh, wow.
So they even have the time that they did it.
Oh, wow. Simulated landing.
Yeah, so they did it like it was a test run. It was the whole moon. It was going to the moon without landing on the moon. But they simulated everything except for the so-called landing part, right? They separated the lunar lander from the capsule. They got in it, right? And they did the whole thing. They did everything. They went through their little simulation of landing on the moon. The only thing they didn't do is send to the moon's surface. They did everything else.
So, yeah, we can literally just say, wow, what a coincidence. But it's the fact that it happens quite a lot of the time that we're even paying attention to it, right? Yeah. And it's just one of those things. But what a crazy
Journey to the Center of the Earth, too. We should see what freaking, when that was first produced and what happened 66.6 years after that.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, dear.
What else did he write? He wrote a time travel book, too, right?
I think so, yeah.
Or was that H.G. Wells? No, that's H.G. Wells.
H.G. Wells and the Time Machine.
I would check those 33s also if you're doing that.
You might as well. Dude, it's not that important. There's I'm not gonna try, right? I'm just gonna if I find it by accident, that's good enough for me. I just think it's a hell of a weird coincidence.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say, oh, we're just making a correlation where there is none. But it's kind of weird that the first so-called fake person going to the moon in video was 66 years before the so-called real person going to the moon in video. That's just fucking weird to me, dude. That's sorry to say. It's one hell of a coincidence, man.
Somebody would pick on it and say that it wasn't a manned mission, so it's not exactly like a direct correlation there.
They didn't land, so it doesn't count, right?
Well, there was no men on it, right?
No, there was men on. There's people in it. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a manned mission. Men went to the moon in Apollo 10. They just didn't physically land on it, according to NASA. They just orbited it a couple times or whatever.
Did a couple of laps.
Yeah, a couple laps. Couple of laps in Earth's atmosphere around the moon. No problem.
You really think they put people up there in those tin cans?
Fuck no. Come on, man.
I didn't think so.
It's a TV show. I'm talking about a TV show, man.
Oh, you know I thought you were talking about fucking.
There's a TV show called Apollo 10, and there's a TV show called Apollo 11, and there's a TV show called Apollo 12, and there's a TV show. You know what I mean? These are just TV shows. They're not that like that's the way I look at them. They're like a sitcom.
Okay, I was just
if they were getting frisky and
check there for a second, but it sounds like you're okay to me.
Yeah, I mean, if they're getting frisky in the capsule, then it's a romantic comedy. Like it's just
The Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, The Big Bang Theory.
Did you see the latest series, Artemis? Oh, that's good shit, man. You got to check that stuff out.
Yeah, Artemis. Yeah, I heard that's like the CGI version of the stop motion animation.
I haven't talked about my Artemis prediction in a while. Did you hear my?
No, I haven't heard
for
this.
Quite a while.
I want to hear this. What's your Artemis prediction?
By the time it comes to the manned Artemis mission, there's going to be another.
Hold on, it's womaned.
Yeah. Whatever. Man or woman, whatever.
Don't forget to mention her cultural background when you're mentioning the woman part.
Yeah, they're going to stick women on this thing. There's going to be another disaster. And they're going to basically put the whole program on hiatus for a while, like they did after, was that Challenger or Columbia? The foam from Columbia. They're going to talk about how it's silly, like that we're risking these brave women's lives to put them up there when we can do it better with drones. We've already got drones on Mars and everything else. And so what they're going to do is that they're going to say we're just going to do this without people. We're going to have machines doing all these missions, but we're going to make sure that everybody gets to see. They're going to have lots of good CGI camera. They're going to claim there's cameras all over it, whatever.
Live VR, man. Live VR.
Yeah, you're going to build a metaverse, the thing, and everybody's going to get to experience it themselves with their headsets.
Yeah. I bet you they make you stand in line in a virtual metaverse, right? You even got to wait in line for tickets. You go to a virtual stadium and have to wait in line for tickets.
Virtual tickets are the way forward in kind of sports entertainment at the moment. So they are going to bring in virtual tickets, and it's just I reckon they might do that. To be honest with you, mate.
I've been saying it since right before the Artemis, or actually right when the Artemis was delayed the first time. Like I don't know, I might have been stoned and I came up with that. And it just felt so real. I'm like, oh my God, I know what they're gonna do. And I've been saying it since then. So I've already been saying this for quite a while now.
Look, I know the cause of the crash.
Possible.
I'm gonna make the prediction of causing the crash. They had an all feminist team build the machine, and one of them refused to screw in a screw because that's misogynist. Because screwing things into a hole is part of the patriarchy, and
no, it's going to be that the people who all the technicians and everything were all men, and it was the evil men who basically killed the women.
Yep, they wanted it to fail because they're misogynist. They're internalized misogyny. It's just another thing like to oppress women, the patriarchy oppressing women. We don't want women to go on a women to moon mission.
Yeah, so when that actually happens, remember where you heard it first.
I mean, I'm personally looking forward to the first diversity mission to the moon.
Oh, it's going to be. They made it very clear. They want it to be a woman of color that steps onto the moon first.
Yeah, I'm just sick of all these pesky Europeans doing stuff. You know, we need to worry about the skin color, and we need to worry about the whether they have a penis or a vagina. That's really important when we're talking about science.
Listen, dude, they're going to give new meaning to a translunar flight.
There it is. There it is, folks.
Brilliant. Doesn't it just emphasize?
It's messed up, right? I swear to God, transitory inflation. That's what they use that word intentionally, just so they can get trans in there.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be a trans woman of color that does it. Just
she's got to be handicapped too. You got to go all the way. She's got to have bunch of problems.
Hold on, this is how they're gonna make because there was this idea within the occult practice. The moon is female, and that sending men to the moon is like the male conquering the divine feminine, right? So if you send a trans woman to the moon, that's still just a dude.
Yeah, we know that. They're in denial about that.
No, but that's still a dude conquering the divine feminine. Like, actually, in two ways.
Yeah, he's become a woman.
The moon it's not biased and promotes gender diversity. It welcomes men that identify as women. Or something. I don't know, man. You're hurting my brain, man. This used to be simple.
Because obviously, like, the people who are pushing this stuff don't really believe it, right? We know that. So it's only
we know it's about power. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. There's some weirdo, leftist professors who believe this stuff, but the people who came up with it don't believe it. So that's kind of what I'm saying.
Well, just to be clear, they did say they want it to be a woman of color that walks on the moon first, but the trans woman thing, I added that because that would be hilarious if a dude actually ended up doing it anyway.
I'm surprised feminists are saying the patriarchy raped the moon with their rocket.
That phallic symbol rocket, yeah.
Of course it is, yeah.
That'd be the plot twist after she's on the moon. Oh, she was a trans African American woman.
Watch, next time the Glovers come up with this kind of nonsense, they're going to be like, flat Earth is racist. Just waiting for them to say that,
Oh, they've already done that. They've tried that. It didn't stick because people realised it was retarded.
Because the black flat earthers shouted them down, that's why.
Yeah, but you remember they were trying to put white supremacists and flat earthers in the same bracket.
Yeah.
You don't remember that? That happened about 3 years ago.
I remember.
It's kind of hard because, look at all the anti-flat earthers. I can't think of one black one, but we got a bunch of black guys on our side.
Dude, I remember one time in the stream, 50% of the people in here were black. There's a good amount of African, whatever the hell you want to call them, flat earthers. I mean, I could just sit here and rattle them off, man. It's probably 30%. They're overrepresented, if anything.
Can you name one black anti-flat earther besides Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Sean G.
Virus as well.
But he wears a cowboy hat, so he might not really be black. He might just identify as a black guy. He could be running around in blackface, for all I know. I've seen a picture of him. He's a black man, and he wears a tiny cowboy hat. Anyone that wears a cowboy hat that's small on their head is suspect, man. Cowboy hat's supposed to be big.
You saying the small hats are suspects?
Oh, geez, yeah. Small hats are definitely suspect. The smaller and flatter they are, the more suspect.
Yeah. Well, that's another issue African Americans have is that they get to be diversity until they have let's just say less than favorable opinions of other diversity, and then they get discarded.
I just figured out a way to get rich, man. I'm going to sell flat Earth AE map yarmulkes. The Gleason's map yarmulkes, man.
Great idea.
I'll make a ton of money, man.
The other part of the prediction, I think it works best if they act, if there's the disaster with the women on the thing, but it could also go down where maybe Artemis 2 is not manned yet either, womaned yet either, is it? They might have a shuttle explosion that doesn't have them on there, and that makes them rethink it. also, but they'll still pull that same narrative. Just like it's too dangerous. It's too dangerous. We can't be putting people on there. We can do this better.
So I like, not to get gross. Yeah, I want to get gross. So are these women like? Are they like of the age to menstruate? Or are they like?
They've all
Are they
got
gonna have to bring like tampons with them?
They've all got a synchronized testing course, and then they've got to race to the moon as quick as they can before that 28 days is up.
So they got to do like.
India, can you stop oppressing these women? It's obviously womenstruate.
Hey, wait, what about the raping seatbelt? Like, are they just going to gloss over that? You know, like
it's not people straighting.
I mean, if they pretend to send
think
someone
about
to
it.
the moon,
Because
isn't it
when they
kind
go
of
to the
strange?
bathroom, they have that suction machine, right? Like that's what they say. They have like some weird suction machine. Like if they're menstruating, are they going to have like a period suction machine? And like, is the girl going to be like, oh, knocking on the door, like, hey, why are you still in there? Because she's having like a good time by herself.
Well, when they're in zero gravity, they don't necessarily drip. Like it's just going everywhere. Right? It just stays in there. That's
that's right. Yeah, it doesn't drip out.
Yeah. Talk about feeling bloated.
Oh God. Okay. We have to change the subject because I'm about to get really gross.
Yeah, that place isn't going to be clean at all. Fucking hell.
What do you mean you're about to get gross?
No, like I'm about to up the ante. I'm going all in on this.
We passed that like 5 minutes ago.
First world problems, man. Are we sending women to the moon? Are they menstruating? These are the things the West has to worry about.
Yeah, it's the things people worry about when they have nothing to worry about.
If the moon is somehow correlated or whatever with that process, would them landing on the moon make them, for that time being, permanently in that process?
Wow.
That's
I might bleed out.
The closer they get, the more pads they need.
It's like the gravitational menstruational pull of the moon. Yeah.
Brings a whole new meaning to the term menstrual cycle.
It really fucking does.
Gives whole new meaning to the term blood moon.
Oh, that's probably, when secretly went to the moon before and they didn't tell us.
I'm so triggered right now.
I can only imagine what they're doing in the YouTube chat. Do you know they're like mass recording the stream right now?
Just wanted you to know that as a woman, I find it very funny.
Okay, good.
I was going to get scolded.
No, because the women in the Flat Earth movement generally have brains, and so they understand that they're jokes.
Yeah, it's like, our jokes are just mocking the absurdity of the current woke insanity. I don't know how they can leave the house and say things like they say in public, quite honestly. If you took one of these woke people and dropped them into 10th century England, they wouldn't survive the day.
Oh, fuck no. I'd barely to survive and I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of the Fucking Jungle on TV. There's no way they'd survive for it for real.
Most of them wouldn't survive a week in Saudi Arabia, like today. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, true.
That's why I've said this for a while, because obviously you guys know I've lived in Saudi Arabia. The cure for wokeism is 6 months in Saudi Arabia. Just send them all there.
Well, I prefer to send them someplace because they're oppressive. I want to send them someplace that's not oppressive. They don't care about their ideology, but the living conditions are so difficult that they don't even have time to think about that crap. right? So like the Amazon rainforests, the middle of the Sahara, Papua New Guinea, where there's like people, cannibals, and human headhunters. Like send them to one of those places. The Australian outback. What do you call it? The Klondike. Really barren, rural places where if you don't have your stuff together, you're gonna die. Instead of you worrying about like what restroom am I gonna use, you're just trying to make it like another 15 minutes without being eaten by some animal.
You wouldn't have to be eaten by an animal. You just die of your own ignorance.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
I was going to say, the issue with these people is that if they actually were in charge of like the West would already be a complete shithole. And it's people like us who are kind of sensible and not doing things their way that actually keep it normal. So I almost want to just separate them into a separate country, and then they can just create whatever they want. And then when it's a shithole, well, they created it, so they can just stay there. I just don't want them to ruin my shit,
We already have that. It's called California.
Right. But you notice that all these places that are like... And you know what's funny? Even funnier is that these people are really deluded about it. So there's like a guy I used to know who was like very, very left. And he used to come to one of my quiz nights. And he would say like, oh yeah, my state... So something like, my state mandated vaccines because it cares about something. I was just like, wow, you really don't get it. Like, they don't care about you. That's why they're doing it. And he in his brain, he thinks that it's because they care about him.
Yeah. I mean, you just, like, if you want to know if the government cares about you, you just have to think, what's the number one cause of, like an unexpected death, right? A death that can be avoided. Not sickness, illness, or anything like that, just like accidental death. And that's automobile accidents. They could end that at any time. Like 40,000 people a year die of auto accidents. So, like, how many people they claim died on 9/11? And they spent like $10 trillion over that. So why aren't they spending like 40 times that amount for something that happens 40 times greater every year for the past like 7 decades?
Well, they're working on it.
Because they don't actually care if people die. That's the point. They don't actually care if people die.
The industry's too large. That's what.
That's why they want the self-driving vehicles. Let the machines do it.
You know what's stopping that though, Lou? They don't know who's going to pay for the accident. That's why that hasn't come to fruition yet. Who pays? The guy that bought the car but's not driving? The car manufacturer? The person that programmed the AI? The person that made the sensors? Who pays for the accident? That's what's holding it up. Yeah, so like, because before we could just blame everything on the driver, right? So like,
yeah, I've actually heard I heard a little something about this not too long ago. Like that's actually, they're already writing some like laws or trying to like do some things about that to try to make sure that the automobile manufacturer is not held liable in such a case. But yeah, you're right. Like they don't know who to blame for it then.
Yeah, in Arizona, they've been fighting over it. Like it's been in like what do they call it? Legislative committee for like 3 years now. And that's the only state that's actually working on the problem, because in Arizona they have like, they're like the farthest along in the government approval of self-driving vehicles. They're farther along than any other state. I mean, it makes sense. It's all a bunch of straightaways in the middle of the desert. I mean, it makes sense to start there. But that's their hang up. That's why it hasn't got past the pilot phase, is because the lawyers can't agree. Nobody wants to, and nobody wants to be responsible for the accident.
They'll create an AI accident.
Actually from you. It was probably from you, actually, that I was hearing about this. Like Elon Musk still says that, like even though these cars can drive themselves like on the freeway and stuff, like if you're in that seat, you're still responsible. Like you're supposed to be able to take over at any time.
Yeah, that's how he gets out of it. You're technically still driving. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're operating the vehicle or whatever by
And
sitting
people
in the
won't want to own them. People won't want to own them then, because then there actually is no convenience.
Yeah, the whole point of having a driverless car is so that you can like go
Not
and
pay
jump in the
attention?
back seat, go in the back seat and bang your woman or something while you know, or whatever
Or
it
just
is.
sleep on the way to work or whatever.
Yeah.
Tanked.
Dude, I like to
Now,
just
I
get in the
heard-
car and be like, go to Miami, and it just drives there.
Could I ask something? I heard that really the danger of to liberty and freedom of having these electric cars is that they could have a central control kill switch.
Yeah, they're
Which-
trying to actually do that to like regular cars now.
Yeah, they can do that with petrol. That's not an electric car thing.
No, but they're trying to put a kill switch in every single manufactured car.
Right.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not like you don't need electric cars to do that.
Yeah.
Right, because even the modern petrol, gas cars, fuel cars, like they're mostly electronic anyway. So, like, I mean, everybody who's had electrical problems or the idiot lights go on. We'll figure that out pretty
here's
quick.
the other problem with self-driving cars, right? So, like, say you're in your self-driving car, and like they put out a warrant for your arrest, and the police are like, "Okay, self-driving car, drive this guy to the police station."
Yeah, that's Minority Report right
Like,
there.
yeah, like you open the doors, you're like stuck in the self-driving car. They just drive you right to jail.
Yeah, I mean, I could see before that actually happens, it could just pull over and lock you in and be like, wait for the authorities to arrive. But yeah, if it's already self-driving, yeah, why not just take you there? Doesn't even tell you where it's taking you. You're just like, wait a minute, this isn't the right way. You know, like, oh shit.
Even with this idea of like the new 15-minute cities, I don't know if anybody's heard of like a town in Oxfordshire where basically they're stopping because of climate change, your ability to go from one location to another. Be really, really helpful if they do implement this, zonal travel that you can't go out of, if they can turn your car off or stop your car from going over or passing over a border, state to state, or whatever your zone is.
Your wheels lock like a shopping cart when you try to get out of the
pretty much,
parking lot.
yeah. Exactly
Well,
like
it's
that.
geofencing. Yeah, that's the whole Agenda 21 thing and stuff like that. Like, some of the speculation about what they're trying to do with the whole vid thing is if they say put you in a lockdown or they say in the future, they say you're only allowed to go out twice per week and you can go no more than 10 miles from your home. And if you try to go outside of those parameters, your shit just won't work. Like, you try to go that third time to the grocery store, your car doesn't start. You try to go 11 miles away and your car stops. It won't go there. Geofence, just like a drone.
Yeah, I think it'll get to a point though where people will just revolt. They'll just start causing so much damage. It won't be viable.
Not if your car only operates if you're wearing the shock collar.
Oh yeah. I just think that it gets to a certain point where the necessary control mechanisms are so oppressive that people will have nothing left to lose, And that's
they'll do it a lot more subtly. You know how they do it. We all know how they do it. They offer you a benefit. Yeah. They offer you a benefit, something that's supposed to make your life better, but there's some burden that goes along with it. And they just boil the frogs this way. They go to breadcrumb you a little bit at a time by offering you stuff. Oh, you deal with this, this problem, but we're going to give you this reward, right? So I've heard that this is the most effective way to change modified behavior is a reward and something bad, like a mouse will run through a maze fastest if he has cheese at the end that he's going to get, and he thinks that there's a cat on the other end chasing him.
Yeah, like the thing that you plug into your car so that your insurance company can track if you have to slam on the brakes too hard or if you turn erratically and all of a sudden your insurance cost goes up. You get good driver reward because you get to get tracked nonstop everywhere you go by your insurance company.
Yeah, but what he's saying is that it's carrot and stick beats carrot or stick. That was what he was saying.
Well, I'm sure like they have the stick coming up. right? They'll like change the terms of service of the insurance a little bit at a time. Then the next thing you know, that you hit the brakes too hard, and now you get a surcharge, right? So now you have to pay a little bit extra money on your insurance.
Well, the issue we have in England is that a lot of the cameras that we have, like speed cameras, they like our councils are so incompetent that they regularly forget to like replace the footage. So it's like 30% of speeding tickets don't ever get issued because the council forgot to put film in the camera.
I guess that's a good part of government inefficiency. That's just a good example of it.
Yeah, because they're actually too retarded to be as authoritarian as they'd like to be.
Well, the system works on a mostly volunteer basis. They just send the ticket, and most people will just pay it. They're not going to fight it. Like as long as the majority of people do that, they win. They're happy enough.
Yeah, and to be honest,
up here they made it very difficult for you to not pay it, because when your license comes up for renewal, when you hit the ministry, they go, "Oh, you got 3 tickets here. You got to pay those before we can renew your license."
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. That would be the same anywhere.
Well, yeah, but you got like in at least where I live, you get a ticket. You have 21 days to pay it, or you can contest it. If you don't pay within the 21 days, they bang you with it. It's basically like a guilty plea. If you don't pay it, you can't renew your license, can't renew your plate, can't like do anything. Right? Can't buy can't get a new title. You can't basically interact with the registry of motor vehicles at all until you pay your ticket. If you fight your ticket, now you have a choice. You can fight your ticket, and oftentimes what they do is, if you fight it, they give you an offer. Basically, they'll say, "Oh, it's a $150 ticket. How about if you pay $50?" And then you'll be like, "Okay, I'll just pay the $50." And that's usually, and 99% of people do that. Almost nobody fights it and wants to pay it to the point where they have to pay $0.
Right. You'll either argue, "Hey, I want less points," or don't, because they give you the points and the fine for the money. I've done that before, actually, where like back in the day when I was in my 20s, like I got caught doing 130 miles an hour, and he wrote it for a 12-point ticket, which is an automatic. That's all of your points. Luckily, I had all of my points. And it was a pretty pricey ticket, but yeah, I had to go.
This sounds like a video game.
It wasn't, unfortunately. Yeah, it was real. So I went to court, and to the judge, I was like, "Look," because I needed to have my license. I was like, "Look, I'm willing to pay more money to have less points. I can't lose my license. I need to be able to get to work, blah, 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 blah." And the judge tacked on like an extra $200 to make it an 11-point ticket instead of a 12. So I had to go for a year. Yeah.
Total bribery. Oh my God. I don't even want to get on the subject, dude. I'll go on a freaking rant and I won't stop. The only way you ever get out of a ticket, get out of a ticket, is if you go and the cop don't show up. That happens sometimes. I mean, it's almost worth the risk of going and maybe the cop won't show up.
Last one I fought, I showed up with a shirt, a comical shirt. It was Frosty the Snowman decapitated to make the guy laugh. And he canceled the whole ticket. It was I was parked when they were doing the snow removal. It was like $130 or something. But I also have a handicap parking permit. And he goes, "That usually wouldn't apply for this anyways because it's snow removal, but I'll give you a one-time exemption." And he, whoosh, "Thanks, bud."
Yeah, because really, it's not about the law. It's not about like public safety. It's about a revenue stream. They don't care what the facts of the case are. They see that they need money for the law library, and they'll just say you're guilty.
So that's the funny thing, Crit, that you bring that up. Traffic regulations, and this is held by the courts, traffic regulations and fines and tickets cannot be made for the purpose of revenue. They have to be made for the purpose of administering the traffic laws. Right? So there's a cost to administering the traffic laws. That's how the tickets are supposed to fund that. Instead, they put it in the general coffers and they use it as a source of revenue. Everyone knows this, right? Everyone, like, you don't want to go through some podunk town going 5 miles over the speed limit. Like, that funds he's funding his own freaking paycheck, quite honestly, by pulling you over. He might get fired if you don't pull you over because they're going to cut his pay.
Here's the most craziest ticket story I can give you. Where I live, one of my exes was driving Mom's car and she parked it in the wrong spot downstairs. And I went down to move Mom's car into her spot and jump into my car and take off with the girlfriend. And by the time I got down there, the building hires a company to enforce the parking rules here. And a guy was already there, and I ran out. I'm like, hey, man, I live here. The girlfriend parked it in the wrong spot. I'm going to move it right now. And the dude that was on duty, like the downstairs office guy, didn't tell the parking ticket guy to forget it. He let him actually write a freaking ticket. And I'm renting a spot. And I'm parked in the wrong spot. She parked in the wrong spot. No one's renting the spot she parked in. And I live here. Like, what are you doing? So anyways, I took it to the private parking company place. They reduced it to $30, but they didn't cancel it all the way. And it was just before Christmas, too. And I said to the guy that worked here, I said, you're the biggest fucking goof I met, man. Any fucking time, motherfucker. Like he had me so pissed off. Like as if you let him write me a ticket.
The best way to see if these traffic laws are even things, just notice how you never see judges or lawyers or cops in traffic court. You never see their families in traffic court.
Well, that wasn't even the city. That's this like private parking enforcement company. Like I probably could have just said, you know what? Fuck you. I don't even think they could have. I don't know if they could have put it against my license because they weren't really the city. It's just like a private company. And then some of these private companies, they'll tow your car to their yard if you're parked where you're not supposed to be on the property and shit. And it's crazy.
Yeah, pretty much it was just common knowledge. Like all my friends as a teenager and early 20s, if you do get pulled over, like get a speeding ticket, it's always worthwhile to go into court. You can always get it reduced. Like I think India was saying that you can either get the price reduced or the points reduced. Maybe if you're really good, you might get both.
There's an AI that will fight traffic tickets now as well, and like an AI online.
Yeah, it's like taking a plea bargain. It's kind of akin to that, like you can negotiate, what you'll pay and what you'll do or something like that. It used to be, I mean, when I was a kid, you could forego a traffic ticket for community service. And they took that out, like in the 90s or something. I don't remember exactly when that stopped. But yeah, because they want the money. It's not about anything other than the moolah.
So I'm now genuinely curious, like if you had a chance to ask a question to a female astronaut, like I really want to like write one, like how do you manage, menstruation on the ISS?
What a pervy wanker you are.
I just want to know what their answer would be like.
I don't know what's more like. Do you want to know that, or you actually want to try to ask that?
Dude, they tell us all about what they do with their poop and how they make their coffee out of it. I want to know this now.
It's a little nutty.
Yeah, it's a little nutty.
It's a good way of taking blood and cells into the vacuum of space to conduct experiments on them. I'm sure would they end up experimenting on it?
You gotta ask that chick who spent 666 days up there, remember?
God, yep, gotta do that. See that there's another one, 666 days she spent up there.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously deliberate mockery, isn't it?
They just wear the same pair of pants and the same shirt the whole mission. No laundry needed.
There's an Always Ultra advert in that somewhere, I reckon. That's a brand of panty liner. You Americans don't have it over there. You know, where the women are usually skateboarding with Labradors, roller skating with Labradors or jet skiing or something. Now there needs to be an astronaut completing a spacewalk wearing Always Ultra.
All the underwear have a big, like, black strip down the middle spot so you don't see any skid marks.
I want to find out that they wear a pad and then they put them on a centrifuge and just spin them until they're empty.
Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, it's a good point.
Apparently, another asteroid's going to come close by Earth this week, and you'll be able to see it with a naked eye. Thursday, the 26th, will come within 2,178 miles.
That's their chance to land a mining team on it and mine it for resources.
This asteroid will come closer than most geostationary orbits.
Sounds like a cool story.
I know. And you know what? The best part? You'll like the globalists. You'll say, hey, did you know an asteroid's going to come close? No, you didn't know this, huh? It's like you don't even care about the heliocentric model. You spend no time looking at it or researching it. You just spiral about flat Earth every single day. I mean, how about Thursday? You don't spiral about flat Earth and just check out this asteroid that's supposedly going to come just close to Earth. You gonna do that, are you? Oh, you're not.
What they're gonna do is that they're not gonna know anything about it, and then within 2 minutes they're gonna be experts on it, and they'll be telling you all about it, and you'll be like, "But I told you about this 2 minutes ago."
Yeah, first they'll tell you're a liar. You say, hey, an asteroid, according to the scientists, they said an asteroid passed about roughly 2,000 miles from Earth on Thursday. They say, no, it didn't. No asteroid's ever been that close. And you're like, well, here's the article that says it's going to come within, oh, yeah, that happens all the time. You're like, what? You just said it never happens, and then it happens all the time. You know, like, which one is it? Okay.
You got to contradict to Glurf.
You know, I took pictures with my camera. You just said it never happened. Then you took pictures, and then it's like, how do you do this? Like, I apparently got a YouTube channel set up that's supposed to be streaming it. Zany Space News. It's like non-stop flow of just dumb stuff. Oh, did you hear the core? The core is now spinning a different direction. In reverse directions.
Well, apparently it stopped, didn't it?
Yeah, and then started spinning again.
It's like, that is a cool story.
It's fine though, because apparently they also said that it stopped spinning in 2009. and it's spinning the other way now. But it happened in the 1970s, and it's going to happen again in the mid 2040s. Fine, don't worry about it.
They only just noticed, or
yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
All right, cool. Yeah, nice
It
one.
always happens.
Yeah,
cool, man. I mean, I thought this was going to cause, huge catastrophes and stuff, but yeah, it happens those times. It's cool. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, look, okay, check this. I'm reading this. This is even more crazier. So this says it's about the third of or 3% the size of okay, hold on. This rock will be okay, distance. Okay. So it's not I thought it was bigger than what they're saying. So anyway, but still, wouldn't there be some sort of gravity effects I mean, if their whole shtick is that mass attracts mass, you've got a mass moving through, 2,000 miles up. I mean, that's inside the atmosphere, because their atmosphere, the exosphere. Wouldn't there be some effects to this? Wouldn't now be the time to to do your New Year's resolution weigh-in? Because you've got this giant mass above your head pulling your weight up. I mean, there's something so. Oh yeah, in Hawaii, they saw some sort of spiral pattern up in the sky that they don't know what it was.
probably just some global spiraling.
In the Green Lantern comet that hasn't been around since the age of the dinosaurs, like Maximum Overdrive, that's coming too.
Better start chaining shit down before the gravitational effects get so weak stuff starts floating due to the core stopping to spin now.
Well, I thought polarities were supposed to shift, so north was going to become south or some bollocks. But no, apparently it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yes, don't worry about it.
So you're saying
the Earth's the globe?
I can cancel my plans on moving because it's going to move on its own?
No, you actually have to move the opposite direction. So if you were moving north, you now have to move south.
But it would still be north.
Exactly.
Yeah, fucking hell. This is the programming that they tried to sell me. I don't know about you lot, but as far as I was concerned, that this was going to be a huge thing. The core of the Earth, like stopping spinning, and I don't know, then starting to spin in another direction. This was going to be a huge catastrophe. No, it's fine. Don't worry about
it. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. Do they have a cause for it to just stop and go the other way? Or is it just a discovery that they've made and have no clue why?
Yeah, they've made this bullshit up and they've got a few potholes, but yeah, don't know.
Well, I mean, if they made that up, shouldn't they have made up like a reason why it does it? Or
you've watched Star Wars, right? They don't always get it right.
Now, in that thing that I shared in live stream last night from one of the other channels, I get notifications from, which is where I heard this information from first. When he was reading their explanation for it, you could tell by some of the made-up frickin' words in it what rubbish it is. Like, one of the words I believe was decada cattle or something. Like, I think it has meaning decades. Like, so many decades pass and it happens. And then so many decades pass and it happens. Like, they're claiming the last time it happened was, I believe, in the 70s or something like that.
Yeah, I think the reason that they go into these like really unnecessary, unknowable details is because it convinces people who don't look into it that they have. So it's like, let's just say that you're an expert in archaeology, and if someone says to you, "Oh, well, what about these bones? What about these bones?" and you go, "Dunno," then they're going to just think, "Oh, well, that guy doesn't know what he's talking about." But if you have already preempted that, said, "Oh, well, these bones came from the Melolithic era," right? Then the person's already thinking, "Don't know what that means, but it sounds sciencey, so I know he's an expert." Right?
Yeah,
that's right. That's what I was thinking. Like, those words are for the people that are so dumb, they read them or hear them and they think, "Oh, okay, now that makes sense what they're telling me."
This word salad is tasty.
Okay, so this is here. Check this out. I got the whole globalist to the end of the week, so they can look at an asteroid come super close to Earth, and then they can check out the moon will eclipse Saturn on Saturday. On Thursday, they can check out the moon will eclipse Mars on Monday, and then I had the other one here. I just closed it. So, I mean, it's a busy week for them. This is a lot of once-in-a-lifetime opportunities that they shouldn't miss. You know,
well, which ritual are we supposed to perform for each one of these? We supposed to do we do a Foucault's pendulum, or do we do like a Cavendish or something?
Or just see if they change their worldview. Like if this finally gives some sort of inspiration to change their life. That while they really live in a massive heliocentric model that's full of wonder and amazement. So triggering about what other people think on the internet is not something that logically consistent with such a model, with such splendor and amazement and wonder.
Dude, so much of the stuff that we read about, like space news that we make fun of in here, it's really funny because it's like nobody ever heard of it except for us. You know, you could bring it up with some globe loving friend or some space, fanatic, and they don't hear most of the stuff, like the atmosphere now extends 4 times the distance of the moon beyond it. They're like, what? No, it doesn't. And I guarantee you that shit just gets forgotten and left the day that article was written. We're the only people who saw it, and we like to pick on it. It was written for us.
Makes me wonder, Lou, you are right. They just seem to throw these things out there and forget about it the next day.
Yeah.
I reposted where I got that info last night, and I watched the program. If you're interested, about 20 minutes in or so, they start going through whatever the mainstream's release about the topic and how it's happening, because he covers several topics each show, not just whatever the main topic is.
Thanks, mate. I'm going to watch that, actually.
Here's this article saying that you're not going to be able to destroy asteroids. So they're calling NASA out with their asteroid defense force.
Sorry.
Yeah, the DART, whatever it was, like, I don't know, I can't remember what it stands for right now.
Yeah, that's what it was called. Yeah, I don't know what it stands for, but it's DART.
Yeah, DART. So this article says that DART will be ineffective because these asteroids are effectively giant space pillows. They're impossible to destroy. These asteroids have survived the test of time, and they will exist in the solar system. So what, like trying to hit a pillow, it just changes its shape, type of thing. Like, it doesn't matter how hard you punch a pillow, you're not going to just like break it.
Well, it's also hard to line up the shot when you're going around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, and you're going 500,000 miles an hour through the universe as well, and the asteroid's traveling at whatever speed. Like, hard to line that up.
Oh yeah, so okay, piles of rubble that smashed from the asteroid would just reform because of gravity. So you break. It's so stupid. So like you blow an asteroid up in space, it just comes back together because of gravity.
Lord.
Reshapes and
my
picks up
flatty?
speed.
It's straight up out of a comic book or something.
I can't believe that people actually write and publish this stuff.
I'm telling you, though, they're not real people. It's just AIs writing clickbait for you and me. That's it.
Oh, here we go. Oh, double asteroid assisted redirection test. DART.
You know, a lot of these people actually believe this stuff.
Yeah, they're eating it up, like at their either like coffee table talks or.
No, I mean the people writing it, the people that are writing this stuff.
No,
believe it.
those aren't people writing it. Those are just AIs. I'm pretty sure.
You're right. You're probably right. You're probably right. But either way, like people really believe this stuff, man. Like the people that are supposedly going to space and all that stuff, they don't know if they're in the simulation or if they're actually doing the thing.
Well, yeah, you can tell the way they high five whenever a mission is successful at mission control.
Just goodness, most people are just numbskulls.
Okay, so here, Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System, or ATLAS, will develop an array of 4 telescopes that can scan the entire night sky once every 24 hours. This will issue emergency flags for any object that will come within 120 million miles of Earth. These near-Earth objects will then be classified as potentially hazardous, or not, I guess.
Let me guess. That has to do with dealing with the problem of detecting like Earth killers that are coming from the direction of the sun because we can't see them.
Yeah, so trying to deflect them away. Yeah, but if it's like lined up with the sun. I think I remembered someone talk another article, the one that they missed it until it had already passed Earth, and like, oh yeah, the sun was in the way.
Blinded by the light.
You know, while you're growing up, you always think that the world is full of geniuses. And then if you're blessed enough to wake up, you realize that most of the world is actually a bunch of idiots.
You're the geniuses. They're the numbskulls.
I mean, I don't think I'm a genius by far. I don't know. I just woke up and all of this stuff is trash.
Don't be that hard on yourself, sister. All of us have our days. Some days we're geniuses. Other days we put the milk in the cupboard and the cereal in the fridge.
That's a good.
Water?
Good question, though, that was left there. Has anyone, Timbo says, has anybody spoken to Wombat or Sleepy Wombat? We want to know what you think about crazy space, zany space news. Where did he go? Is he gone now?
Yeah, if you're still here, feel free to unmute and let us know if you're on the fence, globe, flat, what you're thinking.
Yeah, what do you think about giant space pillows?
I think he ran away.
Man, people are just scared. Why was so scared?
He was going to answer for me how they deal with menstruation in space.
Really?
Oh, good grief.
Is he like trans and then he calls it menstruation? I'm waiting for them to start blaming like the guys that become girls when they start taking over all the women's stuff. That now they're going to be part of the patriarchy. So if I'm a woman that turns into a guy, do I become part of the patriarchy? Like, how does that shit work? Like, I don't get it, man. I need like a flow chart or something.
They haven't really thought it through. They'll face that when they get there. You know what I mean?
It's going to be these feminists realizing that they let men take over being a woman, so they're still under the patriarchy.
You know, someone like Eddie Hall, he can squat like 1,000 pounds. He should just identify as a woman for one competition, squat 1,000 pounds, and have it never be beat ever. Ever.
Men dominating women's sports.
And I mean, really, he wouldn't even have to like wear a rainbow shirt or like put on a wig or nothing. He could just go out just as him and say, "I identify as a woman."
Sign the form.
And they can't hate on that. It doesn't matter. He can be as masculine as he wants to be, as long as he identifies. Then it's all good, right?
Yeah, you make the choice. It's how you feel at the moment. That's it. And for the purposes of that competition, he's feeling a little bit feminine, and he's gonna like squat 1,000 pounds.
I'm getting cramps listening to this right now.
And he's gonna go deadlift. He's gonna go deadlift like 1,400, and he's gonna go bench press like 750 or 800, and then like that record will stand forever, and no woman will ever beat it. Unless like there's no amount of steroids a woman could take to get those numbers. There's no amount of PEDs. It wouldn't matter what she does. It's not possible.
They'll come up with something.
An exoskeleton. That would be it.
They're gonna have a cyborg robot that's a woman that also is a citizen that comes and does it.
My AI robot identifies as a woman.
Call her mother.
It's actually a bucket loader, but
It seems to me like women, not all women, but most women are the weakest link in society right now because they all want to be so tolerant and they're just being completely crazy. I want to see their faces fall when they realize that they are stupid.
Testify.
There's a lot of women who are against all this stuff. It's just that they get drowned out.
Yeah, I feel drowned out all the time. Just like
Yeah, and they're real empowered until they see a spider.
or they need their car fixed.
There you go.
Or to open a jar.
well, that's the problem though. The problem we're having isn't like the amount of people that are against it. That's obvious. The vast majority of people are against this woke agenda. The problem is the media. So if you're a politician and you're against it, the media's not going to cover you. You're going to be abused. Like all sorts of stuff is going to happen to you. And you're not going to be available to be voted on. So people can't even change anything because you have two woke candidates. Because only woke candidates are the ones that are going to get press. Positive press. And the other one is going to get negative press. And about how they're a bigot. And there's going to be editorials. And then there's going to be freaking protests and rocks thrown through their windows. And like,
I've always felt like a badass when I lift my car hood and I take a wrench and I tap the solenoid of my starter and get my car to crank. But that's literally all I've ever done, the extent of how I can work on my own car.
well, nowadays most men can't work on a car. So the newer generation, at least.
Most men don't know what a solenoid on a starter is either.
You gotta tell them not to drink the brake fluid.
Well, my husband's really handy. He can fix anything, usually. He's fixed our washer, our dryer, my car many times. He's kind of golden. I mean, no, he is golden. There's not many things that he can do when it comes to handiwork.
I mean, something when it comes to like electrical problems in cars and stuff are just ridiculous, but it's amazing with just a little bit of just willpower. Like if you really want to do something, especially today with tutorials on YouTube and everything else, you can pretty much figure just about anything out. Like you can do it. You just, most people don't want to. They don't have the drive, or they think that they can't. You know, it's just easier just to hire somebody or to just replace it.
Yeah, some people are worried they're going to break it more, or they don't realize there's aftermarket places that provide parts. They think only the garage can get the parts, or the dealership, or and I definitely agree with you. It's a drive thing. A lot of people are lazy.
Yeah, I went to watch Witsit's Space is Fake stuff, and I just couldn't anymore. I just don't want to give that stuff my energy.
I can recommend something from Witsit that is very beneficial. Everyone should watch it. FE.
I probably watched it. I watch a lot of the stuff. So.
FE aware or not, it's called Grounded. That's a good one. After I watched it, I went outside and did it, and I swear I felt like I could feel a change in my body.
Yeah, my child just made a mess. Sorry, guys.
They'll keep you busy.
I'm trying to get him to bed, but everything is just working against me. He doesn't normally go to bed this late. Adam, you are the king of memes, by the way. Faustinos, if you want to go get VC verified, I will be here. I don't know if anybody else is still here. I'm here. Did anybody learn anything new today?
I think I did, but I can't remember what it was. So whether I actually learnt something and took it in, it will come back to me what it was. I have learnt a few more stories regarding the spin of the core of the Earth and looked a little bit deeper into that. So when you actually go to try to get to some primary sources, not just some people reporting on clickbait, what you find out is they haven't said that the core of the Earth has stopped spinning and started going in the other direction. What they're actually saying is the core of the Earth has slowed down. So for argument's sake, to keep it simple, there's 3 types of rotation of the core of the Earth in correlation with the spin of the Earth. One is faster than the spin of the Earth. One is the same as the spin of the Earth, and one is slower than the spin of the Earth. What they're saying is they've noticed the core of the Earth now entering phase in the cycle where it's starting to spin slower than the rotation of the Earth. So I learned that today. I mean, it's all fucking bollocks, but I learned a little bit more about that bollock.
Sounds like a story for lunatics.
And I also found out today that the Jules Verne Man on the Moon or Rocket to the Moon 1902 black and white movie where they sent men to the moon, where they were wearing wizard outfits and then changed into scientific clothes, was made 66.6 years before May the 2nd, 1968, where the first manned lunar flight took place. The first time they went to the moon, they didn't land on the moon, but it's the time that they orbited the moon. So the Jules Verne movie took place 66.6 years before the central point of that week. That was quite interesting.
I'm glad you said it again. I was here for that, but that is very interesting. Wasn't able to talk to you guys when you were talking about that.
Yeah, I just posted in the chat again all the little details of it for in the live stream.
Yeah, that's right. Indio, you went and figured that shit out to a T, didn't you?
Yeah, it was it was just weird. It's just fucking weird, man.
But
That's
yeah,
a very odd coincidence, man. A lot of things have to come into place for that. What's the chance the first movie is about the moon at all? Right?
Are we surprised? I don't think we're surprised.
I mean, the very first quote unquote moving picture was like of a horse galloping. But that's not like a movie. This is the first cinematic, artistic movie.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to not say anything and give you my true thoughts, but bloody hell, this is spellcasting 101 as far as I'm concerned.
Well, the sixes are very reoccurring.
Yeah. Yes, they are, which is why I asked the question in the first place.
Well, yeah, add another one to the pile. I mean, how high is that pile going to go? Nobody knows.
It's just, we've hit a gold mine with knowledge when it comes to this.
Definitely a subject that keeps giving.
Yeah.
Well, Witch's doing a stream right now. He's going through space videos, man. It's pretty hilarious, man.
Oh,
it's like you can just watch any random space video and find a fuck up. It's like
yeah.
But here's the weird thing. I can take hours and hours and days and weeks and months of home video and then rewatch it, and I'll never find a flaw anywhere for some reason. But if you watch a space video, there's always something that's messed up in it. Always.
Well, he already mentioned about the film that we talked about today in his video right now.
Oh, he did?
Streaming. I was on there, and he mentioned somebody must have posted it on Twitter or something.
No, I posted it on Facebook, but I DM'd him to if he wanted to throw it out there, man, because I think people should kind of know about it, man.
Yeah, he did.
It's such an odd coincidence, man. I just think people should know about it.
Yeah.
A lot of things have to fall
for figuring that out.
Yeah, well, actually, everybody should be thanking Flat Earth Dude for pointing out the wizard hats, because the wizard hats, I keyed on that, wizard hats to freaking lab coats, man. That's kind of what made me. Yeah, did you know that in the old movie, in the 1902 movie, they start off it's like a group of people, and they start off with wizard hats on, and then they decide they're going to go to the moon. They're looking through telescopes, and then they put on lab coats, and then start building the rocket. So, but it's the same people. It's not different people. It's the same people.
Yeah, I know, it's spot on. That's what I keep telling people these days, without even referencing that film, because I didn't think to. I didn't remember that about that film, but I've seen that film before. But
yeah, neither did I until Flat Earth Dude pointed it out. It never even dawned on me. I saw it, but I never made the connection in my head.
Yeah, because I always say that. I'm it seems to me like you can replace lab coats, beakers, and flasks with witches and cauldrons or something, is what I always say. But, that's more accurate, wizards and
I've learned a few new things about some topics, but some of them are not flat Earth related and might not be. I might not be able to share the info in here
Save it
because
for Speculation Sunday if it's like way off.
yeah. There you go.
So like the modern priest is like the scientist in the lab coat. That's why Whitsitt, when he was going out like to the national parks and doing his thing, like doing the street activism, that's why he was wearing the lab coat, right? That's the point, right? Is to wear the lab coat because people like you put on a lab coat like you're a scientist. That's all you need you need the gear, you need the uniform, and you're instantly a smart scientist, huh?
Or the letters after your name.
Or the letters after the name, yeah.
Yeah. But it is really fascinating in that Jules Verne movie, man, when they change from, like you said, wizards wearing, it's not just the pointy hats, it's the stars and the symbols that they've got on them.
Oh, yeah, that too.
With these golden telescopes, and then they all get changed into their scientific lab coats. It's fucking hilarious. It's exactly what's happened.
No, that's the scary
right?
part, dude. It's like accurate. Like what the hell?
Fucking space wizards.
Yeah, and if you look at the history of like looking at the stars and astronomy and astrology, it all starts like at least in the Western world, right? In the Western, how it got to the globe, because everyone else looked at the stars, they just never went to the globe. So like in China, they didn't go to a globe. In South America, they didn't go to a globe. Like in Australia, they didn't go to a globe. But in the Western world, they went to a globe. And what started it in the Western world is the Babylonians. The Babylonians started this 360. It's called the sexagesimal number system. So it's base 60, and that's where the 360 degrees comes from, right? So 6 times 60 is 360.
Yeah.
Right. So the clock is based upon it. The degrees, the latitudes, all that stuff is based on this numbering system. Angles, degrees. Right. So the sexagesimal system, like there's 60 units of degrees. There's 60 units of minutes, and there's 60 units of seconds. And this is a coordinate system defining angles. But also we know it as the clock, right?
Yeah.
60 minutes, 60 seconds.
Yeah. Of course, yeah.
We don't have the 60 hours. I might want to check out the 60. And that's also like 666, right?
Yeah.
So what about the imperial measurements? Does that have anything to do with it? Because I was just always wondering if the imperial measurements were something that were fabricated as well.
No, I don't know about the imperial. I don't think that has anything to do with it. But I'm not sure. I haven't looked into it. I mean, it could. I just have no knowledge of it.
You do end up with a lot of 6, 6, 6, 6, multiple sixes when you're talking about rotational speed in the Earth and miles per hour and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the imperial system seems to have a lot of tie to it as well.
Yeah, almost anything to do with the heliocentric model, actually. It blew me away further into my journey, and I'm so glad I didn't have a closed mind and get pushed away by some of the garbage that's out there to make it look ridiculous. Because even though I'm really, really excel at math, I never put together that 24.3, the remainder of that 90-degree angle is 66.6. Like the Earth's axial tilt is, the remainder of it is 66.6. Like, I should have saw that long ago.
I don't think it's too long before on an Earth curve calculator you find 666 feet with there's currently pops up everywhere in the map.
Yeah.
This is what I was kind of referencing earlier, and in other places when you start looking at dates, between this date and that date, which is one of the reasons why we did this earlier. But it's the fact that it's so prevalent, and you find it obviously because we're talking about numbers within these number systems. It's a fascinating number, just like mathematically, it really is.
Yeah, and then when you look where it comes from the Book of Revelation. And the Book of Revelation says, watch out for the whore of Babylon. And the whole Babylon is the one that created all this astronomy, right?
Yeah.
And if you look at you got the Babylonian Talmud, the Jews escaped from Babylon, like there's a whole, and like you don't even have to look at it from like the religious point of view. You could just look at it from the historical point of view, right? These are historical events that happened, and it's just a hell of a coincidence that this same so-called cradle of it's also the cradle of civilization, right? So it's where it all started, civilization started. That thing, right? It echoes through time, and it echoes even to today. And we're still using things that they invented, supposedly, 6,000 years ago.
There it is again, too.
Long before I
There's another 6, right? 6,666 years ago.
long before I realized the remainder of that 90-degree angle, just in my head, I'm trying to figure out how are they, like if it's nothing, how are they figuring out a baseline to tilt it? Like, where are you putting it's hanging in nothing, so how are you putting a bottom and then tilting it? I don't, where do you see a bottom in nothing? There's no sides, there's no up, down, it's empty. So how do you tilt something in empty? You can't even put a 90-degree angle in nothing.
I'm not trying to get biblical here because you said history and something about 1 Timothy 6:20. It talks about how like science falsely so called or something. I can't remember word for word, but I always think about that verse when I'm thinking about what we're dealing with today.
Well, I always think about the relationship of Babylon to, the Bible. Like, what is their place in the Bible? Right? And it's always like it's some ancient evil.
Yeah.
Abraham escaped from Babylon. He was from the city of Ur. He escaped from Babylon, and he's the patriarch of the entire Jewish, Israelite lineage. He's the start, and he ran from Babylon, and then they got exiled from Babylon, and like temple was destroyed. They got exiled to Babylon, and the Nebuchadnezzar, the whole story, all the stories, it's always revolving around Babylon. Now there's there's a brief section about Egypt, and then there's a brief section about the Palestinians, but those civilizations were vanquished, right? David vanquished Goliath, and Moses drowned. Well, God drowned the Egyptians, right, in the Red Sea. So but Babylon was never vanquished. It's always something that's always perpetually, nagging the so-called chosen people, right? So I just think it's really weird that it just continues on and on and on. That the civilization that is supposedly so old that we have clay tablets for that are stacked miles high, that they still, and you got the Tower of Babel, right? The Tower of Babel was supposedly in Babylon. So you have all this echo of this.
Well, here's the reason.
According to the Bible, an evil, civilization or whatever, an evil empire, just echoing through time, and we're still using some of the things today, and they're specifically mentioned in Revelation. And we're using things they invented. We're using their tools.
Well, the reason why it's not surprising is because they're willing to die for it, to kill for it, to steal, to all of the things that they need to do to preserve it, they do it. That's the reason why it prevails. A lot of blood is splattered all over it.
And they call it the Babylonian system, right? I'm sure you've heard that, the Babylonian system. Yeah. And that Lucifer is the great deceiver, right? The whole Babylonian system is a deception. And then you got the 3 wise men that, that followed the star of Bethlehem, and they all came from frickin' Babylon. There's tons of shit, dude, that's intermingled.
If you're able to get this better quality of a picture, I'm going to send something to the voice chat. So if you want it, if it really does tie a lot of it together, and I would love to share it to to the group right here. I've shared it before, but I don't think it was to this group.
Yeah, and I also want to caveat any of this. Like, I'm just openly speculating. I'm not saying any of this is true. It's just a very odd coincidence, man. You see the same thing reoccurring, and you don't have to look for it. It's just in your face.
Yeah, always in your face. But it's interesting that it comes from the Babylonian system, and it's interesting they developed this system that we predominantly use today, and it's interesting that that system keeps giving this shit out. But
Maybe it's just some mathematical artifact or something where, like, you know, if you do enough operations, just 666 pops out everywhere. You know, I don't know.
I kind of suspect like that's the case, possibly. Like with again, not just the 666.
It's possible because it's base 10. Things like this happen in the decimal system. You know, so when you use it doesn't. It's like I don't know. It's just a thing that happens.
Like if you take 1/3, 2/3, and 3/3, well, you get, you know, that doesn't work. You know, decimally, it works out as 33 and 1/3, 66 and 2/3, or sorry, 33.33 and 66.66, and then 99.9. But then it fractionally it equals a whole. You were kind of talking about that.
Yeah, and if you use base 60, right? If you use, the problem is like they're not divisible, right? So you can't segment it. But if I use base 60, I can divide, you know, all these numbers, no problem. There's no issue, right? Because
There it is in the chat.
it's base 60. There's a representation for that for 1/3.
Okay.
Right. So like if you divide 60 by 1/3, what do you got? You got 20.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
So if you have 60, think about it like this: 1 minute is 60 seconds. So I can either call it 1 minute, right, or I can call it 10 minutes, right? So it's either, if I call it 10 minutes, a 10, it's 600 seconds. I can divide, what's 1/3 of 600 seconds? 200 seconds. So I'm using base 60, and there's no remainder. There's no remainder. It's when you just use the base 10 and you try to do these divisions, right? That like you have these infinite decimals.
It might have something to do with that. That why it keeps.
Yeah, it could be. It could have something. It's just something that reoccurs. I'm sure there's things that reoccur in the decimal system, right? So like there's certain like 0.877777, 0.66666, 0.33333, right? I think it's 0.113476, you know, like a whole bunch of fucking numbers. Like when you get something that's like indivisible, the remainders, right? The leftover, of like the infinite decimal, it's always like a choice of like 5 numbers.
Wouldn't this be a great question for Matthew Learns?
Oh yeah, I mean, it could be. Depends.
No, I only say that because it's funny. Because, you know, being the mathematician, he should be able to explain away why there's nothing special to that number. But he literally said, like, somebody said something like coincidence, you know, like about 33 popping up, and he's like, there's nothing magical about 33. You know, like he's just unwilling to think about it. Like,
well, because part of that is like a confirmation bias.
I would expect somebody like him who tries to be the blue pillar in a red pill forum, you know, trying to explain away everything, and being a mathematician. I would expect him to try to explain that away. That's something that Matthew should do.
Yeah, I mean, he probably looks at it from the point of view of confirmation bias. If I can think of any random number in my head, right, and I think, oh, I'm going to see the number 21, I'm going to go looking for that number.
Yeah, but he's seen the 33 and the 66 and popping up all over the place too.
Yeah, it's kind of weird where it pops up though. That's the thing, is like where, like the number doesn't pop up in like randomly. If I like, okay, I'm gonna look at a Sears catalog ad and look for a 33, I'm not gonna see it. But if I go, oh, I'm gonna go look for a mass murder and try to find the number 33, no problem, right? It's I don't know why he hasn't get that connection yet. Like, there's all these tragic events that like move the society, and like somehow the 33 is inserted into it somewhere. But you can take any other random event and not find a 33. I mean, maybe it needs to be explained to him that way. I mean, like, just you can say it's just a random distribution of numbers that we experience, but I don't think it's random.
I mean, you have no idea how many times this winter I've woken up and on the TV it said it was 33 degrees outside. You know?
Well, I mean, that's not unusual. I mean, look where you live.
Right.
If you were in Miami and you woke up, it was 33 degrees, then you got problems.
CB's here.
Winter. What do you expect?
Yeah, Kim, that's the tree of life. I know what that is. That's the tree of life in Kabbalah. But
okay, well, I would love for somebody to be able to decipher all the text that's around it because I don't have the ability to read it on my phone. If you have a way to,
hold on, I'm gonna see if I can blow it up. It is pretty
there's
blurry.
a lot of information on
I don't even know if it's readable. Yeah, some of these texts
Yeah,
isn't
I've
even
tried.
isn't even readable, and I can I got an app I can zoom way in on it. Yeah,
Well, is
it's
there a
not
way
readable.
to,
I'll try and find
I
like
don't
an
know,
original. I could
Good,
do a
because
reverse
this is
image
the-
search.
This was like one of my big finds that I had that I wanted to share with folks in the truth community.
I think I got
When
one.
I found it, I was like blown away by all the dots it connected.
Okay, biggest image. I think I got one. It's 1500 by 2000 pixels, so this might work. Oh, come on. Of course the link is dead, right? Yep. Son of a bitch. There we go.
When I recognized that you were
Yeah,
here,
I got
CB,
it.
I was in chat.
Yeah, it's not your phone. The image is just shit, dude. It's just shitty. I'm gonna post like a
It's
full.
really good.
I'm gonna post a full, like a better resolution image of it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, this one you could actually zoom in on, and actually the text is still clear. Roman Empire, Cult of Saturn, Orgy, Sacrifice, Venus, Morning Star, Crucifer, Gladiator Battles, Bread and
Thank
Circus,
you, Indio.
Apollonius of Tyana. This is like it has. Yeah, you're welcome. It has like sections. Like there's the Tree of Life, right? And then, but there's sections outside of that has like first pharaohs, Praetorian Guard, and then it like has like kind of like their occult beliefs of those particular Bank of
Yeah, I
England,
could comment read.
United Grand Lodge of England, First Masonic Grand Lodge, 1717. And then it has all like the timeline of like what that became.
1 minus 7 is 6. 17, 17, 6, 6. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just quickly having a look into like historical coincidences. I know you're slightly off topic on something else, but I'm going to look into these historical coincidences with 666 and see if I can find any more, especially around the NASA and what they have said to have done. So give me a couple of days, I might bring it back for Speculation Sunday.
Yeah, that'd be cool, man. Yeah. I mean, who knows, man? Like, I'm like, at this point, I'll be like, man, it can't get worse than this. Like that's like it. I'm telling you, since I did flat, that's the weirdest thing I've ever come across. And I'm not like exaggerating. That's just the weirdest. As far as like, what do you call it? As far as you like, metaphysical weird shit.
Yeah,
like, that's like.
Well, you know,
I'm used to being told about it by other people and other researchers have pointed.
Did I
to
literally
this.
ignore it? Usually, I ignore the 666 thing altogether. Like when people mention or bring it up, I just like, yeah. I mean, that's like, yeah, like because there's that thing like you're searching for the number, and that's why you're finding it.
Yeah.
Right?
Isn't there one with Newton as well?
Probably.
Yeah, wouldn't shock me.
Just numerology in general, like 666 is and 33 are the two like big ones that you're like amateur numerologists, like they kind of get caught on that and then they start getting into numerology. But just numerology in general, it's like I definitely brush it off for the most part. It's like, you know, the three, like you could have I don't know, just or the way they turn 9/11 into being 666, or they turn
gematria, right?
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, gematria, not numerology. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, gematria. That's the thing that I'm definitely just like, come on, man.
We had a dude in the beginning of the server named Kaz, man. He was like crazy gematria, like it was out of control. I think me and Morvet ended up banning him because it was that out of control. He couldn't even type anything in the chat, and he'd run it through his gematria freaking calculator.
Yeah, if you try hard enough, you can turn any sequence of numbers into what you're looking for. Like, for the most part, I don't think it's.
Well, yeah, you can, and like what they also do is like they partially change the spelling, or they'll add a space, or they'll add like an extra letter, right? And then like to get the result they want, so it'll add up to 666 or whatever.
Yeah, they use like a Y instead of an I or something, and then, like there it is.
There it is, 666. I proved it. It's the devil. Whose wall is the devil?
For me, it begs the question:
is gravitational theory in 1666.
There we go.
I thought he drank 666 shots of mercury before he died.
The question for me, especially with this Jules Verne thing, is there an intent? Is there an intent somewhere to cast a spell? Let's put a movie out there, and because of this number that we all believe in, that spell's gonna come to fruition in some way, shape, or form. I'm wondering whether there's an intent behind it. I know this number pops up, but it's used, it's around for some reason, right? Usually biblical. So, is there an intent behind this? Yeah, it's with lots of coincidences, but I don't know.
Well,
it could be.
I know I've already said it before.
It would be a hell of a.
I know I've already said it before. I agree, it could be a coincidence, but there is something that I've said in here before, and I shouldn't say it now because it should be saved for Speculation Sunday. But the lawless one could be lawless as in the natural laws, like thermodynamics, the second law of thermodynamics, and, defying all of those kind of laws instead of the laws that you would have thought if you're reading scripture or something.
Yeah, you know, like this is what I was kind of getting at with Indio a little bit ago. Like are these, this Illuminati elite, like planning like decades in advance, for to be able to just throw a stupid 66 out in some, my event that's going to get forgotten for the most part. Like, I find it unplausible. Like it's either got to be random coincidence or something more like spiritual, like, or like having to do with the coding of our reality itself. Like somehow it's just intertwined in there, like part of the code of what makes all of this.
I'm sure that's what they believe, right? So they're probably like, well, if we do this at this time, right, then at 66 years in the future, this will happen. They don't know what'll happen. They just know something will happen to help, like, continuation. Like, think about it, like, you casted a love spell or something that all like blonde women, like that are a certain characteristic, will frickin' fall in love with you. Now, cast a spell, so some blonde woman falls in love with you. Then she dies in like 20 years. But like the spell is still happening, right? So it has to like happen again. It's like embedding the result into reality, right? So if you so the intent is to like convince people space is real and that we're going to go to the moon, right? The first part, like it's almost like a continuation of rituals, and they ensure that sometime in the future, like that this is going to happen, right?
Yeah.
That's something they don't know what's going to happen, right? It's almost like when we've seen in the movies, right? Someone makes a wish and then there's unintended consequences.
Well, it's
right?
like they manifest it into reality, don't they? So they continue with the spell, which is the programming. So I keep getting envisioned with the Universal Picture logo at the beginning of the movies. All right, so that's part of the spell. All right, you'll find hundreds of them, but that's part of the spell. So yeah, I'm with you. They do this over a period of time. They have the intent. They don't know what's going to happen, but they keep believing this thing is going to, take fruition if they put their intent into it.
On the other side of that coin is kind of what I'm trying to get at, is like instead of them manifesting it and making it happen, they may have just caught on to a pattern and it's something that was going to happen with or without them.
Yeah. Have you guys ever heard? This is what I was thinking about lunatic when you said that. Have you guys ever seen footage of like Kundalini spirit in church?
Kundalini's like the double helix, right? That's Tibetan chi
it
stuff.
brings on like this uncontrollable laughter in people, and they mistaken it for the Holy Spirit in church and all that kind of stuff. But it's really the Kundalini spirit.
I've heard of this. Yeah.
Kundalini is supposed to be a dragon, right?
Yeah. Yeah, same thing.
Well, it's supposed to be like a dragon that's like, it's supposed to like, as far as like the chi thing, right? So it's supposed to like, but this is supposed to be like the most, I would call it the most fundamental. It's like the essence of your being, and it like part of your spine, right? It runs up and down your spine, this Kundalini force, but it's a dragon that's in the shape of a double helix. That's how it's often represented. As emanating from basically like your tailbone going out up your spine and out the top of your head.
It's
represented. Well, in church, these preachers. Sorry.
It's just very quickly, Kim. It's represented. This Kundalini spirit is represented on the World Health Organization logo, where you've got the two twisted serpents up a rod, and you've also got the broken one as well, where you just have the one serpent that twists up the rod. But that you'll usually find them with health organizations and so on.
Yeah, that goes back a long time. And then there's the double helix, right? What a coincidence. Another coincidence.
Yeah, it's always been for pharmakia, right? Which is...
Yeah.
I think Kim's been wanting to share something with us about this for a minute. So.
But I think that goes back to Babylon. The first use of like the twin snakes, right? That are facing each other.
But have you ever seen these people in church? I've seen it personally. Like people acting like a fool in church, acting like they've got the Holy Spirit or something, and they're acting crazy. And this is what it is. This is what it is. It's the Kundalini, like being. I don't know if like churches have been infiltrated or if it's just a coincidence, or I don't know. Something's happening, and it ain't the Holy Spirit.
Yeah,
might be a bit of a hot take on it, but I mean, literally in the Bible, it says multiple times. And I'm not like don't quiz me on the Bible or anything, right? But I mean, it says like this is Satan's realm. This is like he's the god of this realm.
I think I have an experience.
Wow, dude! So check it out. The Babylonian Caduceus is a representation of Hermes, the snake god.
There we go.
You can't make this shit up, bro. This is crazy.
Hermes Trismegistus or whatever.
Yeah.
So here's a freaking great.
It was also Thoth, yeah.
Hermes, Thoth, yeah, same person. Or, yeah, same thing.
Where does that... So, Thoth is the Egyptian one, and Hermes is the Greek one? So they're saying that Hermes was actually a person, yeah?
Hermes was a demigod.
Yeah. Okay.
Which? Yeah.
He's not the knowledge giver, right? Hermes, like... in Gnosticism, he's considered the knowledge giver.
So how does he go from being Egyptian to being Greek?
Yeah, he went from Thoth, right? His name was
Yeah.
Thoth, and then he went to be Hermes.
To me, when I look at this symbol, the snake with the double helix snake or whatever, it reminds me also of the Ouroboros and
the world snake.
Yeah, but and just looking at it, like I'm not even gonna take into like any kind of historical stuff, but just looking at it, what it kind of says to me, it's like starting at the bottom, going to the top. It's like cycles, like like phases of this creation or whatever, like history repeating itself over and over and over again. And again, the Ouroboros, the snake eating its tail or whatever. And in this case, it's the two-headed snake, which is fitting for, what we kind of have, where they always give us a dichotomy and everything else.
Yeah, they're eating each other's faces instead of their tails. But technically, right, it looks like a snake eating its tail, but maybe one head ate the other head, and you can't tell. Right?
That's true.
Yeah.
If the other head is inside the first snake's head, then like it'll look like it's eating its own tail, but it's eating its other head.
Quite a lot of old mythologies break out because there's 7. I think I counted them right. There's 7 kind of twists or level to the Kundalini spirit. So there's the base, and then it goes always up to the crown chakra, and I think there's 7. There's
7.
If you look, if you look into quite a few, like I'm looking at Norse mythology at the moment, and it breaks reality down into 7 different areas. Obviously, Midgard, Earth. And obviously 6 other ones. There's a few other cosmologies that break the world down into 7 plateaus as well. I think Hindus, fucking hell, the Brahmandala. I think that's outwards. I can't remember the name. Upwards. There's more than 7. There's more than 7, but I think it's divisible by 7. So every time you go into 7, there's another 7 more. But that number comes up.
Yeah,
quite a lot.
I think it's. Yeah, that might. I don't know. I know the Tibetan Buddhism. I think it's 8 deities. It could be 7. I can't remember, honestly. So they have deities, and then there's sub deities off those deities. So deities have like deity is like whatever. That's like the English translation. That's not like they have like different words. So they have manifestations, and each of these manifestations is like a particular like personality aspect of a deity. But then they also have like sub deities, right? So if you ever look at a mandala, it's like a pictorial representation of this. You'll have the center being, and then you'll have it surrounded by lesser beings. And each one of those lesser beings will be surrounded by lesser beings, right? And on and on and on at infinitum, right? But you can only draw shit so small, so they only usually do like, I don't know, whatever number. I can't remember what the starting number was. I think it's 8, with surrounded by 6, and those are like surrounded by another 6. So in their like belief system, right? There's the main god, for lack of a better term, and he has all the qualities of every possible being that ever lived, ever, through all parts of time. But then, to make existence, he breaks himself down into smaller, divisible parts. He divides himself into pieces, right? So you have the good, the bad, right? And then each one, like different aspects of good, different aspects of bad, right? And so those would be like love, compassion, wisdom, da 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 da. And the bad parts are like, jealousy, greed, all the bad attributes of human beings. And then those will also have personifications, like different personifications of greed, different personifications of jealousy, like different ways that can express itself in human experience, right? And then it just breaks down at in infinite detail, right? And every human being is supposed to have aspects of each one of these deities, right? And what you're supposed to do, through reincarnation is refine yourself so that you're a more pure manifestation, and eventually all your aspects merge into one. You reach nirvana and like live happily ever after or some shit. I don't know.
become one with the
universe. Then you become
the highest, the most high, right?
You become that, right? You just merge with that, I guess. But but like when I talk about this, like we think about things temporally, like they're happening at, like, you know, I have lives that are, and I'm living through them one after the other. No, it's all happening at the same time. All this shit's happening simultaneously. It's not happening in a timeline.
Did Kim do her share yet?
So, like, smoke some weed if you want to, like, trip out on that for a while, and
share what?
Listen to some Tool. Fucking
listen to some Tool. Oh my
I
god, I can't believe you said that.
About Kundalini and stuff. I'm always smoking weed. In fact, I just lit my most recent one, and I've seen Tool in concert. Thank you, gentlemen.
Seen A Perfect Circle.
Yeah, I've seen both The Perfect Circle and Tool. I haven't seen Pussifer.
I haven't seen Pussifer, but I've seen. Sorry.
No, I've finished with my small little comment.
You're just commenting on the name of the band, yeah. Maynard James Keenan is the lead singer of Tool, also Pussifer, or also A Perfect Circle, and then his latest project that he's been doing has been it's another side project of his is Pussifer, but it's actually really good. Don't be turned off by the name.
It's really good.
Kim, sorry, I just wanted to say something before I went. You mentioned earlier about this like Kundalini spirit that you'd seen in the church and so on. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So I had experience of this when I became a Christian in my late teens and early 20s. So we're going back over 25 years. But during that time, I was at an evangelical church, and it was very encouraged and kind of, it was fine for people to experience what they would call speaking in tongues. Now, the speaking in tongues was okay, but it was everything else that kind of went around it as well. So the physical actions, repetitive physical actions, like you've got a tick or something. And so lots of things that made me kind of turn away from the church, and the kind of deeper research into it. It's something that was for a time ago. It's not necessarily for us now. And even this thing where they try to cover it with what I understand of the speaking of tongues, that's well out of my league.
It was so odd. I mean, to me, it was something that was very off-putting and odd. And I was a kid. I was seeing this as a kid. Because when I was little, or not kid, child, whatever. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, I'm Southern. But when I was young, I was in the church because my mom made me go and whatnot. So kind of grew up in the church. It's not like I took anything really seriously. Not carried on into my like adolescent and younger 20s. I don't know. I seeing that kind of stuff in church was very off-putting, and I learned to figure out what was going on later on.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Tell you that stuff was weird, very odd.
I have to draw the difference between over-exuberant kind of praise and worship, and I don't want to speak about this for too long because it's not something major for the live stream today. But just very quickly, to have over-exuberant worship and so on is fine. To feel the spirit in a physical way is fine, but I think this is slightly different. And I thought it was slightly different at the time, which is one of the reasons. And there were a few, it wasn't just this. There was a few reasons why I ended up not sticking around for as long as, for any longer. So, yeah, I've had experience of that, mate.
My direct experience. Yeah, I got you. My direct experience was completely different than that. So that's why I really did look into it. And that shit is nuts. And I'm done. I'll be done.
I think a certain Tool video and my somewhat dark sense of humor ruined my chance at maybe what might have been one of the best relationships of my life. I was watching one of their videos, and she came over and looked at it, and what's that? And I'm like, oh, it's Tool. And she just walked away, and then it wasn't the same after that. And I'm just thinking, it's just a freaking video, man. Like, ugh. 46 and 2, I believe, was the video. If anyone knows Tool.
If 46 and 2 was enough to destroy the relationship, it was not going to happen anyway.
You were on the video.
But that is a pretty crazy video for a chick to look at, though. Like, whoa, what the hell is that?
Is that the plasticine man one? And he goes under the floor and stuff like that? Is that one?
Sorry, what?
Or am I... No,
where the eyeballs are in the hands.
I think you're thinking of Sober. They did like a lot of and stuff.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. 46 and 2. There's eyeballs in dude's hand, and they're sitting at a table for a feast, and it's pretty bizarre.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the video clips, but I do love the music.
Dude,
reminds me of my younger days, you know.
Yeah, like, and most people just bang their head to it and just think it's a jammer, right? But listen to the lyrics and like,
the lyrics and and he's got like, such a good voice as well. It's very melodic, you know.
Yeah, lyrically it's genius, and then the way the music writing too, and like the band, like they're all so talented, man. They're just
the change of tempo and everything. It's really good.
Yeah, Danny Carey is a phenomenal drummer.
Absolutely.
So, hey, before we go too far away from the topic, can someone explain this talking in tongues and things like that? Just a brief kind of like, what do you mean by that? Like, does priest come up to you and then you start talking in tongues? I don't understand.
It's when a person has been taken over, apparently, by an entity, and their sounds coming out of their mouth, and they're speaking a language that even they themselves don't understand.
They're like convulsing too, like they've got a tick, like
Passover.
Jedi said.
So it comes from Passover, the first bringing down of the Holy Spirit, and the men went out into the street and started speaking in tongues. The speaking in tongues was a spiritual language that only they themselves understood, but the people around them also understood, but that went away. Now, when we're talking about speaking in tongues now, what it's usually is can't be defined as speaking an actual known language today, so it has to be an unknown language either from prehistory or a spiritual language that then has to be translated and can only be taken as word if it is translated directly from the Bible. Now, it is basically a spiritual language that is up for interpretation. That's how it's defined in the Bible.
So it has to be something like Aramaic or something like that. It has to be an actual language. You can't just go because that's what you see some people on the TV doing.
Yeah, and then sometimes you'll get. So imagine you're in a congregation. There's somebody preaching. Yep. Somebody will stand up and start speaking in tongues. There will be a confirmation of this somehow with somebody reading the text from the Bible who can translate this. But through no means of their own, they understand how they're translating this. This usually gets spoken about when you're talking about angelic languages. So not languages that are known commonly today, and possibly languages that are dead.
Okay.
And usually the person speaking in tongues is overcome. And then so when they're not overcome, they have no idea what they said or how they said it. They couldn't repeat it when they're not overcome by the Spirit.
And they say this is an angelic thing taking over, or is it something evil? Like
it's supposed to be angelic, I believe.
So the first instance, remember the story of Passover, this is the Holy Spirit. So now, in this, say, modern times, is it the Holy Spirit or is it something else? That's where we're at.
Okay, I'll get you. Yeah, all right. Thanks. That's all I wanted to know.
I don't know if we're going to go back to FE or a different topic, but I do know, as far as spiritual things and spiritual matters, exorcisms do happen, have happened, are increasing. There is a battle for whatever is after this, So better to hedge your bets and go on the side of the Creator than to worship nothing, right? Which is what Satan is going to lead you to.
I'm gonna do this Miggy style and hold you to this now. So when you say exorcisms do happen and have happened, what do you mean? Am I supposed to just accept that like somebody exorcised an evil spirit from somebody else, and it's just taking my word for it? Like, or do you have proof of that?
Is that Lou? Yeah, correct. Exercising something that's not supposed to be there. Like, I'll give you a real life example.
No, I know what it means. I know what it means.
I'll give you a real life example. When I was down in Windsor, one of my buddies disappeared for a whole evening. And when he got back, you would not believe the things I saw last night. Like, he had to be there to help with it.
I mean, to me, it sounds like a cop out, like for poor behavior, bad decisions,
maybe you mean the whole the devil made me do.
When somebody's being a total prick, they can say, "No, I'm sorry, it was just the demon was in me." You know what I mean?
Yeah, the whole devil made me do it excuse. Yeah. No, I'm talking about like something's going on, people are freaking out and scared, so they make a call. People come in, they remove whatever was going on, and the person becomes somewhat normal again. But they didn't do like something nasty and blame it on
their head. They fall down and you're like, he's spazzing out.
This guy was actually talking about levitation stuff going on. And then I'll give you another true life story. My Aunt Kim was married to a gentleman that worked for the force, right? He drove prisoners to and from jails, and he handled files within the police department and stuff. And there was a call to an apartment building across from the cemetery where my Aunt Linda is buried. And there was a night in one of the apartments, the chairs were standing on top of one another, like on one leg, and then on top of one. They were stacked in the apartment in the dining area. Like, nobody knew how it was happening or why it was fucking happening. Or that was definitely a scary thing, and the whole department was freaked out by that.
Wow. So this is just like we all get with like exorcism stories, right? It's just kind of. I mean, is this firsthand? Has it ever happened to you? Are you talking about like an actual a priest come round and an exorcism, and you've witnessed it firsthand, or you just?
I haven't been at an exorcism that I've witnessed firsthand. My friend was there assisting in an exorcism. Told me what happened throughout the night. Like, I didn't see him.
Yeah, but this is how like.
And then I live in an apartment. I live in an apartment where weird things were happening, and I was describing them to some neighbors that lived in the neighborhood for a long time, and they told me years ago the apartment I'm living in used to be a 1-unit like apartment, and there was a fire, and a young child died in the fire, and after they split it into 2 units.
Well, that explains it.
There were some really weird things that happened while I was living there, like lights turning on when they shouldn't, doors opening or closing when they shouldn't.
All right,
like not super scary shit. Like, I didn't hear "get the fuck out," because if I would have heard that, I would have left.
So weird shit happening equals what?
Well, for me, it indicated there was a young spirit there that hadn't settled, like hadn't been willing to move on yet, I guess. And
immediately you have a very detailed answer for something that, like, weird shit means a young spirit.
No. Let me help you, because after I found out what had happened, it kind of explained what was going on. Okay, something's doing something there. Years later, like, I lived in the apartment twice. I moved out of it for a while and then moved back into it. But I had a friend that lived in the apartment underneath. And while I was gone, I went to visit him one day, and he's like, "It's gone, Chris," because he was experiencing things in the apartment underneath. And he's like, the spirit's gone, dude, because it stopped happening.
So spirit was an intelligent agent that was causing shit to happen on a metaphysical, non-physical level.
But weird stuff, definitely. Like, personal experience.
When people die, they just die. They literally just die.
My one friend's sent me photos of a green orb above her house. That's really weird. I've shared it in here a few times.
I saw
at night.
I
The
saw
moon's in it too in one image. Sorry, go ahead.
no, I saw a massive orb go across the train station from side to side, like literally going across the tracks. I'll see if I can find the YouTube channel. That one blew my bloody mind. I'm not saying these things don't bloody happen, man. I'm just like my question was, weird thing happen equals what? And what do people mean by spirits? And where are we going with this?
Well, the one buddy that told me about what he had went through the one night, like, first off, he had no reason to be bullshitting me about nothing, and it's like the things he was describing. It's like, okay, like, I suppose so, you know. Like, I'm not saying I was totally.
So what you're saying is, why would he lie?
And then why would the person who was actually there to do whatever was necessary ask for his help? Even like. He needed to be there for whatever.
If he's lying, the whole story could have been made up from the beginning. None of that. You weren't there.
No, yeah, I get you there, brother. But there was no, like, I don't know how to explain. Like, he didn't call the news or nothing. It's not like he was looking for attention. He told me, and I believe the girl I was
these
with.
Things you don't usually call the news when you're telling a fib to a friend.
No, but what I'm saying is a lot of times, sometimes people seek attention and they are publicized exorcisms and shit, right? Like,
yes. So this
happened. My buddy assisted in getting the thing dealt with, and like he was, like I said, he's witnessed levitation shit, you know?
Yeah,
like,
this is where I mean, it's not that these are not common stories. I'm just, trying to get to the meat of it. There is this phenomenon that they say of exorcism, removing spirits from people. I mean, we're well off the flat Earth topic, Lou. If you want to steer us back onto it, but
was the stacked spinning pairs? Was that like pre-smartphone,
no.
or
it wasn't like the movie.
Once everybody had smartphones?
No, it wasn't Exorcist like movie style shit, like puking and head spinning and stuff. But yeah, levitation was involved, and the whatever happened needed to happen to expel whatever was going on. Like, how do I know I wasn't there, right?
I mean, I'd like to see a recording of something like that. I mean, I know you don't have the opportunity to go back in time, or your friend, get it from your friend, but you'd think if stuff like this happens on a somewhat regular basis, that somebody would be getting a legitimate recording of it to show us.
Yeah, I think some people might have some footage somewhere of some of them, but and he's probably somewhat still on standby if something goes down. Who knows? I don't know. I didn't really know it about him, we were friends for years, and then it's just like the one time he disappeared for a bit, and when I saw him again, he's like, "Holy fuck, you wouldn't believe what happened last night," and da-da-da.
So related, look, I'm just calling, I don't believe your friend, but on a related note, so I was in Earth Awakenings, I think it was, probably, maybe it was in Tartaria, but I left that server. And Kosho was talking about how he made some kind of a device for trying to find ghosts. Literally for the History Channel's Ghost Hunters television show.
The devices they use.
Yeah, he made one of those for them, is what he was saying. But at the same time, he was saying, like, they're all bullshit. He doesn't, like, there's nothing that can detect them. And he knew that because he tried to make one and it didn't do anything.
I have no idea.
I'm just saying, it's really funny on, like, many angles.
The one he made can't be nothing like whatever they're using.
He knows it doesn't work because he didn't detect any.
Exactly. How would he know what it takes to detect the presence of an unknown entity?
Even just
baseline.
Even just a cursory look around of what's available on YouTube.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry, one more thing I can definitely share for sure, real life, in the apartment I'm in right now. After my dad passed away, my mom had a candle fly off of her dresser.
Oh.
Like, what do you mean by fly?
Like, okay, it was on the dresser, and it was like she's watching telly or whatever in her room, and it like came off of the dresser and fell on the floor. Like, I don't
So
mean
it's
like
a
flying,
candle
floated
tipped
around
off
the
of its.
room. Like, something moved it off the dresser. Like she's like, "What the?"
Did it
And
like
she
go to
figures
the?
it.
Did it move over to the nightstand, or did it hit the just fall off the table and hit the ground?
Yeah, like went out and hit the ground or whatever, and like she's for sure it was my dad that did it for whatever reason.
He was trying to kill her by burning the house down.
No, like I said, it went out, right? And it might have been to say, let me go. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows why it happened? I just know my mom has no reason to lie to me. And my dad did just pass away, so.
I've got a first-hand experience. If you want to hear it.
Yeah, sure, please.
Okay, so back when I was in my early 20s, I lived in a converted church that was converted into a hostel. I lived there with a few people of a similar age. One evening, we did a Ouija board, Ghost Google. I'm not going to talk about what happened with that. What I'm going to talk about is an experience that happened in my room within, say, 24 hours later. Myself and a few other people were sitting in the room. I had a laundry basket, and which had a lid on the top of it. It was a detachable lid. We were all just sitting there. No one was anywhere near it, and the lid just flew up into the air and hit the ceiling and come back down again. Now, I have never seen something go up that should go down according to gravitational laws and all of this stuff. But it's gone the wrong direction for no apparent reason. It's just gone flying up into the air. It's just resting on the top of the laundry basket. There's no attachment to it.
All right, there's science for this.
Go on, Lou. Go for it.
Perhaps all of your dirty underwear was collecting methane gas, and it eventually created a freaking.
That's absurd.
It eventually built up enough pressure where it exploded and hit the ceiling.
See, this is the thing about my laundry container. It is one with holes in the side and quite large holes, so for ventilation and stuff.
Okay.
It wasn't a contained laundry basket.
Where's your scientific method, Lou?
I was trying. I don't know.
If you want a first-hand experience, there's mine. I mean, I can't give you a reason why that fucking happened. I can give you a story that goes along with it.
Was it plastic?
Yeah, it was plastic, yeah.
Could it have possibly been deformed because of the way that the clothes were shoved into it, and then the top also shoved onto it, even though it wasn't a perfect fit, and eventually it created the pressure from trying to bounce back, basically, to pop it off?
Yeah, first of all, I'm quite lazy, and like I said, it was just resting on the top, so not actually square with it, so off at an angle, just resting on the top. And I did try to see if I could use it as a weapon and fire it up into the sky after this had happened, to figure out if that, was even fucking possible. No,
I love the honesty. I'm quite lazy.
Did you try to fit the lid back on there?
Yeah, of course, that's what I just said. I tried to fire it off and see if it was any contortion that would make it fly off.
Okay.
Was there a can of sody pop in there that could have exploded, maybe?
No, and I would have heard it.
How about a vape?
This was well before that time, bruv.
Were hallucinogenics involved at all?
We was a group hallucination, so at least 5, 6 people saw it.
Ouija boards are bad news. Stay away from them. Please don't use them. No one, please don't. Please
and don't. That is another personal experience. That's deeper. That's worse. That's scarier. First-hand knowledge, and tried it with many different variations of people using the glass. So yeah, no, something different.
I've always had a feeling about them to never use them. I've never used one, and if anyone has ever had one near me, I did not want to be anywhere near that fucking thing.
I did like 2 or 3 in a church over a period of like maybe 2 weeks before we stopped fucking doing it because it became scary. I wasn't around for other instances where people have said that shit, things had moved and all of that type of stuff. I mean, we're talking about a church, and we did 2, 3 Ouija boards in the space of 2 weeks in the church. If anything was going to happen, it was going to be there, and things did. From as
I
honest
wouldn't
as
have
I'm
hung
talking,
out with you guys. No way. I would have ran away. Would not have hung out with you guys.
This is kind of where I was wanting to get to with the claim that about exorcisms. I was looking, and I've always looked for, well, not always, not every single day, but it's I've looked for it, like actual footage of exorcisms taking place. Now the closest you get is some cut scenes and someone on a chair or on a bed moving around and writhing around and screaming a bit. Now, it doesn't take much to get an actor, and I'm just watching a video. Not verifiable. It's not falsifiable. Do you know? It's ridiculous. That's basically what we've got. But the first-hand knowledge bit, yeah, there is something. I don't know what the fuck it is.
The best I got for stuff like that is like sometimes when I turn my TV off, a few seconds later it turns back on again. But it is
fat ass rolled back onto the remote.
No, it happens where I'm like, I'll turn it on while I'm getting ready for work and trying to catch the weather or whatever, and then as I'm walking out the door, I turn it off. Or before I walk out the door, I turn it off. And I go in the kitchen, maybe grab my keys and put on my coat. And all of a sudden, I check, make sure all the lights are off, and the TV's on again. Like, friggin' gotta turn it off again. Happens once in a while. I don't know. That's about all I got for that.
We got something that happens in our house. My wife goes out, and then I'm the only one home, and then she comes back and all the chocolate's gone. I don't know who takes that.
You silly.
No, I mean it's not about ghosts and stuff like that, but I do have there was a very spiritual type experience that I had. That's kind of a long story that I've told a few times, but maybe I'll do a short version of it. But basically, I had a friend who committed suicide and but there was when he died after the funeral, oh god, no, it's a long story. I don't even really want to to do the story good. It's too long, but maybe wrap it up.
What a great start. I had a friend
when I was talking to him. When I was talking to him afterwards, I was like, okay, like after the funeral, like in the house that we used to all hang out at, there was like a trampoline in the backyard that I used to like. I spent a lot of time on that trampoline doing flips and shit. But like I was out there by myself and I got tired and I laid down on it and I was staring up at the sky and like there was something between me and him that like I just kind of felt a little bit guilt towards, like I was kind of like hitting on his girl like a few weeks earlier. And I was just like kind of like thinking about it and like almost like praying about it, like hey, I'm apologizing for it, like I just wanted you to know, like I feel bad about this and I hope there's no hard feelings, and if you're hearing this, like give me a sign. And at that moment a shooting star went right over the sky. And it like sent shivers down my spine, and like I was just like it was confirmation, for me that's what was going on. Like he had heard me. And oddly enough, like actually, like at the funeral, like on the back of his like the photograph that everybody got, and on the back there's like a little thing about it was called Shooting Star. It was about a time when he was a kid that he was sitting on his dad's shoulders and they were looking at the sky, and he had said like that the stars seemed so close that he felt like he could reach up and just grab one or whatever, and then like something about shooting, whatever, it was called Shooting Star. And then, yeah, it was just weird enough that I was trying to get some kind of confirmation that he was hearing me, and a shooting star shot over my head.
Well, I would just say on that instance, Lou, anything that to deal with that, when people actually say stories like this, I think it's more confirmation that the creator wants you to acknowledge him, because he's the one hearing you. So
well, that was the thing, the moment basically that I stopped being an atheist. I knew there was something more.
Well, so, it probably catapulted that, understanding, because it's like did it seem greater to you than it was just not just everything's all just random? It's like now it's purpose and the universe or whatever you might want to call the deity. Like is responding to you personally.
Yeah, something responded. Something definitely did.
That's what it
I
was.
think your friend was hoping the shooting star would land on you.
Speaking of stars, and it's a good segue for me, Timbo. I was talking to Matt this morning. I don't know if you heard or not, but it was kind of a debacle this morning. So, same.
I didn't hear it, but you did mention it this morning.
Yeah, same thing about what we were talking about before, but because I told him to go take a look at the retrograde motion and that was one instance something wasn't moving east to west, and so. There's a lot of mystery, like when we're talking about like cardinal directions in the sky, and so
yes,
I mean, I've been trying to talk it because you really put a bug in my ear about it. So ever since you started talking about it, it just made me think. Because think about this, man. That like the truth, whenever something's the truth, it doesn't matter who says it, so long as it's true. Like it's immovable. Like I don't care how many people want to be like in their staunch positions. Like you're gonna have to either face the truth or reject it. That's it. There's no two ways about it. Like unless you want to outwardly reject, because like what it is, like when you're seeing the movement of the star trails, right? And people are everything's moving east to west. Well, true enough for like certain things, we can point off into the direction of east, right? Like if I'm pointing to the east, like across the plane of existence, then I'm saying that's east over there, and everything coming from that direction, it's coming from that direction. But now when we're looking at
your
the sky,
immediate east, though.
Yeah.
It doesn't remain east.
But the plane of the plane of existence is operating on a cardinal direction system via the level ground. So the level ground that we're pointing across is how we understand navigating across the Earth with the cardinal directions. But when you actually start looking at rotational patterns in the sky, that kind of doesn't fit the sky because, like,
and you can't call them directional. Yeah,
you can't.
I feel like Matt Will East is just speaking rhetoric here because once the stars set to the west, are they still moving east to west for you?
Yeah,
or are they south?
Are they south?
I've listened to him. He's basically. It's because of QE. He's been doing it for years. He said, no, like all stars rise in the east and set in the west. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of true. But when you're talking about those ones, like Tim, like you pointed out, the ones that never set, no, they're going in a rotational pattern.
Yeah. I mean, we're just being honest, man. Like that's all we're doing. I mean, there's not a dog in the fight where it's just like, no, it's gonna be because at the end of the day, when you try to apply cardinal directions to those rotational patterns, no one's going to win. Like not a glober, not a flat earth. And so we're just looking at stuff happening in the sky, and then we're trying to attribute cardinal directions to them, and then falling short from because he started. The weird thing was, he said, I told him, he's like, well, they're actually moving, and I was like, they're not. How do you know their actual positions? I said, when you look at a star, are you looking at their actual positions? He's like, no. I was like, well, that's what I'm getting at, dude. Like, and it started to bug me because he was agreeing with me the whole time, yet he was disagreeing with me with his premise.
Yeah.
That was the whole and he wanted me to apologize to him. He's like,
really?
Yeah. Guru Miggy.
Yeah, bro. Like, and I was like, I had a good mind to ban him, but I don't really care because it was more of just a disagreement. It was just a disagreement. But he was getting.
I think we all have to be open to actually being wrong.
It's just how he came at me. Then he started saying that, here's the thing, man. When I'm usually speaking in the mornings and stuff, and I know I'm a realist. I know people have it in their heads when they're hearing me talk, like I'm some kind of guru. Like they go like, well, this guy's here, like he's something else. But it's not until they get upset about something that they said and that I speak against that really, angers them, and I hear the truth come out. So today, early in the morning, he was saying that I'm just some type of guru, and he wants people to listen to me or some other crap. He was just going on about that.
Sarcastic about it, yeah.
Yeah, and so
he had that attitude with Miggy for sure.
Yeah, I tend to get that often with these characters. But anyway,
He's speaking
the thing,
rhetoric. He's just not getting it.
and
He's
I'm
not
just
getting what Timbo's laying down. Because once something sets to the west, does it continue going from your east to west to rise again in the east?
Yeah, I saw Timble's point. I mean, it was a good point. It was solid. It was what we see. There's nothing. There's no. I'm gonna say, man, it's not like he's trying to make everybody believe something that's not happening. So we're actually seeing this in real time. So I mean,
Yeah,
Star
I
Trails.
was just pointing out like what was seen, and I wasn't trying to give an explanation for it. I was just saying that his argument was everything goes east to west, and that's it.
Yep.
I said, well, that's not necessarily true. So yeah, I said I can't explain it, but sometimes this happens, or not sometimes, but stars that don't set look like they.
I even stars that don't set. And I also mentioned retrograde motion of the planets. So when I was talking about that, he was like, "Well, it apparently moves in retrograde, but that's not actually." And I was like, "Dude, what are you saying? Like, you're saying you see something going the opposite direction, but it's not actually going the opposite direction. It's still moving east to west." And that's what he was trying to get to. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jedi. Isn't that what he was saying? Like,
Yeah. No, I don't need to correct you, mate. You're fine.
When then you can, so you're saying they move east to west, but when you see them not move east to west, then that's not what's happening.
Yeah,
he's holding on to a script there, big time.
Yeah, that's what he was telling me. And he's like, and the word here is apparent. He was saying, he was like, it's apparently moving. I was like, okay, but are they looking like they're doing something different than the other stars? Because I mean,
is it apparently in relation to the other stars, or is it because even the retrograde planets motion of like when they go retrograde, it's only for a moment. They still rise in the east and set in the west, right? Like.
Yeah, rising and setting, but the thing is like once something is set to the west, to come up again to your east, it must be going west to east then, right?
It has to be.
Yeah,
you can't.
I mean, it's pretty simple.
You can't use you can't use a level compass when you're dealing with the projection of the sky at 90 degrees on what would be a TV screen. You can't
That's
use
what I
this.
was trying to
Miggy said that the other day, and that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
That is
you can't
it.
Yeah.
Sorry. Didn't mean
No,
to
you're right. Keep going. Sorry.
I just wanted to make sure my explanation was right because I wanted it to be as short as possible. Because I really don't think, after speaking to him a little bit earlier, when you guys went around, that he just doesn't get what you guys are putting down. He doesn't get it. He doesn't see it. He doesn't visualize it in his head. He doesn't understand. I just think I just think he's stuck there and he's stubborn.
I think he's stuck on an AE map as well. That might be part of the problem.
Is he standing on that premise as well? I don't even know. I didn't get that far with the talk about like what he thinks flat Earth is like actually like the entire realm.
He mentioned something like so if you go to Polaris, they spin around in a circle, and then as you come out, they still spin around that circle. So I think he must be stuck on that. Where we live is just a circle.
I see.
Yeah, I think that might be it as well.
Me and Jedi were talking about that too. It's like the entire realm of existence. Like, I don't think anybody has a beat on that. So for us to actually, who does? Like, I would say, who has the actual conception of the entire realm? Like, please point me to that person. Because all I know is that people have concepts and ideas, but there's no speculations are fine. I mean, but there's no solid like, hey, this is the gold standard. Check it out. Like,
I got all the answers.
well,
I just can't put them into words. So you guys are on your own.
Well, it was like that that other guy that came in this morning who was talking about we can mark points where Captain Cook went and come up with and then have a look at them on the AE map and it works. And we're like, no, you can draw points to points, but if you're using an AE map, then you're just using a a projection of the globe and then drawing points to points on a map that's been given to us from somewhere else. So it doesn't work.
False
Because you
dichotomy.
don't know where all that stuff is.
Yeah, you're just plotting points on a representation of what you think is Earth's surface.
Yeah,
I'm glad everybody, like, you guys, like, the false dichotomies have been plenty ever since the movement began. And we're talking, like I was mentioning to Jedi earlier, like, people were saying the sun is close and local. Like, that was a thing that everybody would say. And I was like, close and local to what? Narnia? Like, what are we saying is close and local to? Something that doesn't exist? How are we doing that? Like, 93 million miles never existed in the place.
Even for that, though, it depends on just how you say it. So, like, we weren't wrong to say that, like, in discussing the Eratosthenes, right?
Alternative.
Like,
Well, it's an alternative.
we weren't wrong to say that if you had a close and local sun, then it's also explainable. You know, but then people took it from there and said, we have a close and local sun.
Yeah, you know, the way everybody wrapped it up. And it was more of a videos came out, and like everybody was talking about. There's even, I want to say, with the Eratosthenes video that we have, I think there's a GIF about it, or GIF, if you want to call it that. And it shows like the sun as if Eratosthenes was looking at the Earth as a globe, and then it like flattens out to like it's a cartoon as a GIF. But I'm looking at that like, well, shoot, that's just giving people the idea that we're showing the false dichotomy. And I don't know if it's like we can do that. It's because there is only one true view of what the Earth is, and that's what it seems to us like in reality. That's it. Because we're pitting it against something else, and it's like, I'm always of the mind of like the Earth is like what it actually is, and it's not anything else.
Yeah, I don't even like to do that. Like, my favorite way to address Eratosthenes to them now is just to ask, okay, shadows diverge on both curved and flat surfaces. How did he know which one he was looking at shadows on?
Yeah.
And to also claim, like, to say we have a close and local sun, you have to actually know what the sun is.
Yeah, it's making a claim to physicality. So as soon as you say the word "it," you're fucked. So the sun, it is. Oh, it is now, is it? Okay. Yeah, that is the problem.
I'm telling you, man.
Don't know what the sun it is. Sorry.
The more that we get into this, I think we're really starting to reveal the level of ignorance that everyone has had with this whole topic, and it just reveals more and more as we get further into this. We're drawing closer to like what people should actually know, that we can actually know things that we can find out versus like these ideas that we were so hung up on, and then now we're just letting that stuff go and holding on to what's right. You know what the truth is, and I don't know. I think it's a wonderful thing. It's everybody coming together. You know, it's not just like one person having an idea. It's like, you know, everybody's putting in their 2 cents. Because I gotta say, there's things that I hear in here sometimes, that ideas that I was holding on to, and like I told Timbo or Jedi that I was listening to Timbo when he was talking to Matt, and I was like, the light bulb just popped up in my head. I was like, man, I was saying that. Except for me, retrograde motion was the only thing that was. I was saying that the stars that don't move east to west are those. But in all reality, the stars that never set were the ones that also could fall in that category as well.
Mix, do you remember like back in the day, like 3 years ago, when people used to come into the server and ask us how seasons work? And everybody would sit back and go, yeah, Jedi, you can explain this one. You're good at explaining how seasons work. And I used to sit here and explain how the seasons worked. Yeah, I'm not stepping anywhere near that fucking shit ever again, mate. No way.
Yeah, exactly.
I just thought about something. I heard Heretic talk about the Eratosthenes. I just thought of something about that. About him asking, like, well, that the shadow lengths diverge on flat or round surfaces. Something I just realized is that no one's ever experienced parallel light. Even with a collimator, the light is not actually completely parallel. Still, there is no collimator that's perfect that makes parallel light. It'll still diverge. Even a laser through a collimator will still have some diverging light.
Yo, Indio, you start getting good in a conversation when I have to go back to work, dude. That freaking sucks, man. I want to hear the rest of what you say.
No, I'll be.
But
Yeah, just like there's no such thing as parallel light, dude. It doesn't
yeah,
exist.
I want to take that to the next level, man. That's another argument that they've been with.
What time you got to work?
Well, no, I'm on break right now. I got to run back in. But no, you started saying something I really wanted to.
Yeah, but what time do you get out, man? Like 4 a.m. or something?
Yeah, no, like about it's 11:30. Well, 12, like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
2:20.
I'll probably still be up.
Yeah. Well, if you are, I want to hear the end of what you had to say about this. But anyway,
yeah, just that parallel light's fictitious. That's it. It's fictitious. It's an idea. It's never been actually observed in nature or even man-made. We can't even do it.
Well, they tell us now that it's practically parallel to the point where sunlight is just about as parallel as moonlight.
I'll be back, guys.
All right, big.
That's what Matthew Learn says. Obviously, moonlight's not parallel even in their paradigm because they're saying the moon's a quarter the size of the Earth, but it's practically parallel. It's as parallel as the sun's light is. Good enough.
Listen, Heretic, I think you were talking about that the other day that Matthew was saying that it's insignificant. Yeah. I actually went and did it. I actually went and I went on GeoGebra and did it all out, right? Size of the moon, size of the Earth, angles, all that shit. So if you had a 3-foot stick, a 1 meter stick, and you did the distance that Eratosthenes used, Egypt to Cyrene, the difference in shadow lengths would be 2 millimeters.
Okay, 2 millimeters across 500 miles.
Yeah, so the difference in the angle would be 7 point. He would measure, instead of measuring the 7.2 angle, he would measure the 7.5 angle, and the radius of the Earth would be larger.
See, I think Matthew realized this, and he was just being a sophist and downplaying it because he did do the calculations on the fly. I didn't really catch them, but he didn't really elaborate that much, though, either. He just said, it wouldn't make a difference.
Well, I mean, I saved the GeoGebra construction I made, so I can actually I can just send it to him the next time he comes on, and he can just you can have GeoGebra is just like a geometry program, so you can save the file, and I can just send it to him, and he can load it and just see for himself. But it's the difference in at those locations, right? Because one location is supposed to be directly under the sun. Or directly under the sun, right? So I made the location directly under the moon. I used the arc. I assumed the Earth radius, right? 3,959 miles. And the difference in shadow length would be 2 millimeters. But the thing is, that difference grows as you go farther. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so it diverges more and more.
At the North Pole, it's the so-called North Pole, the angle difference is... I'm trying to remember up top of my head. The angle difference is 0.2 of a degree at the North Pole, which is significant because it's it might seem like 0.2 degree, that doesn't mean anything. When you're using it to measure the Earth, right? That equals hundreds of miles. It's not it's not the same. It's within the measurable difference, right?
Yeah, it has to be. It's a huge difference in distance.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. Look, we can measure 2 millimeters, no problem, man. I got a tape measure right here. I got a ruler right here. They have millimeter lines on it.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's just millimeters. We can't measure those, so basically no practical difference.
I mean, if he did that test and measured it, right? If Eratosthenes used the moon one time and then measured with the Earth or sun another time, and all they said was the same, he'd measure a 2 millimeter difference in the shadow length. But if he just used the moon, right, and just made the assumptions about the moon, right, he'd come up with a larger Earth, a larger radius. Or would it be smaller? Hold on, let me think about it for a second.
Yeah, it seems like
take the angle,
smaller.
Go to the center. Yeah, it would be a smaller Earth. Yeah, it would be a smaller Earth.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
I had to think about it for a second. Because you know how because the experiment is reversed, right? So they extend the sticks to like the center of the Earth, so they intersect like at the center. Then they take that angle, extrapolate that out to 360 degrees, right? So you got the sticks are 500 miles apart, 7.2 degree angle. You know divide 360. Right, you multiply 7.2 all the way around till you get to 360, right? So if it's like 15 units, then you change the 15 units, you multiply 15 units by 500, then you get the circumference. And from that, you get the radius and the diameter, right? And the surface area and all that shit.
Yeah, it's just assuming parallel light from the moon and a sphere Earth.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But then it's back to the question, why would we ever assume that? That's like you said, we don't ever observe parallel light, even in a collimated ray, right?
Yeah, we can't even make it.
It's never observed. Yeah. But let's just assume that. Assume it's curved, even though we know shadows will diverge on a flat surface. They always will, because the light's never going to be perfectly parallel. Let's just make all these nonsensical, never observed assumptions and then just roll with that.
Yeah, because back when FE Core did their thing, right, and they had a collimator on their laser, I looked up like collimator specs, so like all sorts of different ones. I didn't find one with zero beam divergence. They all had a beam divergence. Period. So that means if there's a beam divergence, they're not parallel rays. It's that simple.
And they admit it. Yeah, they admit it with the sun too. They say, well, of course it's diverging. It's just that it's so big, right, that it doesn't diverge enough really to consider it not parallel.
Yeah. By the time it reaches Earth, we're only covering like a little arc of the sun, and that because the sun is so big, that arc is effectively flat, right? That's what they're basically saying, right? That the arc of the sun is such a big ball, the part of the light that is sent towards Earth, that's flat, right? We can just assume that the sun's surface is flat right there. Because it has to be flat, right? For the sun's rays to be parallel. It can't be emitted off a curved surface and be parallel. That's impossible. So it has to be a flat surface. We should start trolling them with flat sun, dude.
Oh, so light travels in straight lines now. So straight lines,
We'll do it. You bet. I'll do it.
I'm going to do it. What are you talking about?
Well, one of their favorite copes, though, is to ask you, does light travel in straight lines? Well, I guess it must.
Yeah, it does. And I can't wait, dude. When they say rays of the sun are parallel, I'm going to be like, what are you, flat sun? Flat sun?
Yeah, exactly.
Flat sun advocates. Awesome.
Yes, it's very awesome.
These people don't know what they're saying half the time, do they? It's really cool when you can kind of turn it around back in their face. Like, where's their edge of the Earth for their boats to fall over, as akin to our edge of the Earth, right? So here's their flat sun. What they're invoking without realizing.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I don't know if I saved the clip. Do you know who Lex Friedman is? He does like interviews and like podcasts on YouTube. So he did one recently. I'm going to see if I clipped it. No, I didn't. I'll clip it. So he asked like some PhD, big wig, astrophysicist, cosmologist, whatever. So his question was, what's space expanding into? And it's just a bunch of gobbledygook, and he ends up at, it's not expanding into anything. Dude, like seriously, he says it's expanding into nothing. Well, hold on, dude. Because this was his argument, right? So if I take a jar and I put a vacuum to first, he starts off with there's 400 photons in 1 cubic centimeter of vacuum, right? And if I shrink down, like eventually there'll be a space from which there is no particles, right? In between, like if I keep shrinking down between. Like, say I have a cubic centimeter, and there's 400 particles distributed in it. I can shrink down to a space that's between those particles. And then there's like more particles, virtual particles springing in and out of existence. Right? But he said outside of that, there's nothing, right? So at the edge of the universe, outside of space, whatever space expands to, that's nothing. But the vacuum of space, which is also supposed to be nothing, that's actually something. So a vacuum isn't a vacuum anymore. A vacuum isn't nothing. A vacuum is something.
Well, even
so it's
nothing
expanding into like metaphysical vacuum or something. I don't know.
Even nothing. I mean, that's mathematically described as something, right? That's what is a zero. So technically something.
Dude, he played. All he did was like play a mental trick, because the idea is that space is nothing.
Yeah,
it's negative.
But he was
the
like
tiniest
the
amount.
nothing expands into nothing.
Oh, he's not talking about the same thing.
Dude,
it's ridiculous.
You know the thing that everything is. Like, what's that expanding into? If everything is, if everything that is expanded is everything that is, what's that expanding into?
Yeah. What the heck is outer space if it's negative, zero, anything? It doesn't matter if it's 14 zeros or whatever.
That's just space. Absence of gas.
Like, I know, but I'm saying it's negative something. Do we ever experience negative anything?
No, that's
like less than zero anything?
That's just a convention.
Exactly.
Negative, right? You can't. Yeah, that's just more maths and more bugs.
Are you talking about the pressure or the claimed pressure?
Yes. Well, like it's 14 or like.
Yeah, it's not a negative number. It's just a very, very small number.
Thought it was a negative number.
In the convention of laws.
More than zero. It's just, tiny, decimal places.
Yeah. Okay.
I do like that question, though, India. And that answer's hilarious.
Mic check.
Mic's fine.
Cool. Yeah, there was some really weird coping going on in CogDis earlier. You caught that, right, Chris? There was a guy who said, so you guys are Santa Claus deniers.
I didn't catch that exactly. I did catch two guys. I can't remember their names exactly, but
it was one of them.
They were building straw men left, right, and centre. It was quite funny to watch.
Yeah,
Fallacy after fallacy. It was great. It was nice to see that again. I'm confident in the way that there were still people in CogDis talking shit. But fun, definitely fun. I didn't stick around for too long.
Oh, Heliocult Convention is like the next level of retardation.
Well, the guy today thought that outing us as Santa Claus deniers did something to help his globe belief. Yeah.
Yeah, the Globe Logic meme is up to like 680. Like, we're going to just keep adding them. We're going to try to get to 1,000 this year.
Oh,
Like,
wow.
some of them are so batshit crazy. You can just
Globe
like
Logic, yeah. It should be
I've
put in my
actually
meme.
thought about like making a code in a bot that would just just does a random one like every 20 minutes or something. Just post it. There's so many of them. There's like 600 of them.
Wow.
Yeah, there's one. Dude. I just type in random number like
Oh, wow.
Martoth has been making them religiously. Also, if it was true, so many gas gets created on Earth, it wouldn't matter if a little went into space. Even if it did, not many planets have an atmosphere, and space is so infinitely large, it wouldn't matter. It goes into the direction of gravity in just a regular unbiased vacuum. It would go out because that's how gas fills the substance. I guess gas moves freely, but is held down by gravity because gas particles are dispersed. It's going up to a certain point before it is held inside the atmosphere. These are all individual posts, just all over the place, man. Of insanity.
Wow.
Yeah, they'll just start making stuff up when they're cornered. They'll just start saying shit at just total random. They don't know what they're saying. Globe belief is just that strong. They just have to make random shit up to defend it.
Yeah, it's like a weird coping mechanism, man. You just like, I don't know, man.
Sorry.
Like, why not just like, oh, maybe this is wrong? Why not just that?
This is brilliant. This spike in the last one, I think you posted here.
Yeah, there's so many of them. Some of them are just so funny, and they're not trolling. Like I don't what I say to myself, like they gotta be trolling, but they're not, because these are just like a clip out of like they say a lot of other crazy things too. So
I think it's the first time they're ever hearing this stuff, and they're just stumbling to even respond to it.
I've got to read this out because this is hilarious. It's like, so how can you have balls of gas in a vacuum? Because there is nowhere for the gas to deflate. I mean, what do these people think? And you follow it up with exactly the right thing, except the infinite vacuum of space. And it just goes on to say that infinite's very hard to comprehend. It's like, what? Please feed me more of this. This is brilliant.
usually when Martoth gets them, it's after like debating them for like 30 minutes, and it's like, like when they come in here and they say they're losing brain cells, I think they're telling the truth. I think they actually are losing brain cells, dude.
Yeah. Oh, poor people. Oh, that's hilarious. It's interesting being in CogDisc because just watching the conversation go by, I wasn't able to predict. It's more of a post-diction, right? Because this shit always happens. The incoming fallacy that was about to take place to the question that had just been asked. Yeah. I could just see it all happening before me. Brilliant. It's really funny.
Yeah, he kept saying, I'm here to debunk the model you claimed. I was like, that's going to be pretty hard, but I didn't claim one.
Yep, incoming straw man alert. Here we go.
He would say, no, you didn't claim model, but then he would just use a different word for model and say, you claimed that.
Mm-hmm. Here comes another one, yeah.
And then you say flat Earth isn't a claim. A claim sounds like this: Earth curves or Earth spins.
Exactly. That's the claim.
How do we prove the claim of shape between both sphere and flat? First, we've got to understand that flat isn't a claim to a shape. You're the one actually making the positive question here. I use that answer usually when refuting, the burden of proof reversal, saying that we've got to make the claim because we're going against the consensus. You're the one making the claim to shape, we're not. So actually, it's your burden of proof. I love watching those conversations take place. Look, this is funny.
You ever heard of Pavlov's dog?
Yes.
Yeah, so they ring the bell and the dog starts salivating. I found the Glober's Pavlov's dog, right? They'll come in, they'll say, what evidence is there for flat Earth? I'll say, have you ever been to the ocean? They'll just say one word, gravity. It's like you literally could just get them to randomly say the word gravity by mentioning the ocean. It's